Okay. So this is what I want to do with you guys. We're a little behind on time. I'm going to go through the what we're going to talk about with the course. We're gonna have a module where how we got here, and then modern tools and the ecosystem. But what I want to first do is have you guys one. Let's have Aladdin and Jonathan introduce yourselves and talk about. Have you had a chance to look at the exercise that I sent you?
I'm still trying to get on it right
Are
now.
you able to get on the internet?
Yeah, I was able to log into Microsoft 365 and I see the Google Doc.
If you could read over the Google Doc, but because we'll go to you next. Read over the Google Doc. It talks about the scenario that you're going to. If you could just give 2 sentences on the scenario. But Aladdin, if you could talk about the scenario that you're going to be, like who you are, your elevator pitch, and what scenario you're going to be for the team that you're going to be leading.
Good morning. My name is Aladdin Omar. I have a aviation background. I'm a 15-year-old in the Army. And also while I was in the Army, I'm still in the Army. So about 3 years ago, I was taken to the PC office, the production control office. So there I served as, I've been serving as the database administrator for aviation. And that's where my love for cybersecurity started. But before the Army, I already had my bachelor's in computer science. So I didn't really go in depth. I didn't really know that I was gonna love this route. So right now I've been able to like build my home lab. I obtained my Security Plus 2 years ago, and you know I've also been working to like upskill my skill. And I had the opportunity to also, like I said, build my home lab, and I'm on the direction of working as I'm the part of SOC analysis. So eventually, hopefully, I get a job in SOC analysis. And that's my first step. And I've been blessed to I got to network with someone during my SFL tab, and they gave me kind of a contact, like with Mr. Rod Castillo, and he's gonna help you out. And from that onwards, I've been working on learning. I've been learning a lot with the great team as a CSP, and I've been able to work on AI stuff. I really didn't know. I didn't really have any idea about AI. So it's really great, and it's a great opportunity for if you're just starting out. So I was blessed enough to like start, up to study for the Security Plus and all that. But those knowledge was like YouTube, so I didn't really go in depth. So being on the team with the help with Mr. Castillo, Mr. Rock Castillo, I was able to learn a lot and in depth. And you're gonna get a lot. I don't know if you guys are in the program already or not, but you're gonna learn a lot with the great team. And I'm blessed to be here today. Based on the project, we're gonna be working on incident response assistance, Copilot agent, creating a Copilot agent, and the project focuses on developing an AI-powered Copilot agent in Microsoft Copilot Studio to assist cybersecurity teams in managing and responding to security incidents effectively. The incident response assistant will serve as an intelligent guide that helps users navigate the organization's incident response IR process, offering real-time answers and summarizing incident handling steps and recommending appropriate action. By integrating the organization incident response policy and the NIST SP 800-61 guidelines, the Copilot ensures that the responses align with industry best practices and compliance standards. The ultimate goal is to enhance operational efficiency, reduce response time, and support analysis in making informed and standardized decisions during incident handling.
So, has anybody worked or studied or have knowledge about what incident response is? Because we're gonna go over that. Part of building a Copilot for this is understanding what incident response is, right? Anybody? Does anybody know what the CIA triangle in cybersecurity is? Confidentiality, integrity, availability, right? So when you guys go into, how many people here are aspiring to be a SOC analyst? Show of hands, right? So if you guys are wanting to be SOC analysts, so your job as a SOC analyst is to receive alerts and determine if those alerts are, if they're going to compromise either the confidentiality of data, the integrity of data, or the availability of data. So the incident response process involves being able to take alerts and triage them, right? You'll get an alert from a SEM tool. Just before we start to really dive into what each of these use cases, let me just get an idea. Some of you guys raised your hand and are in an IT role in the Army. Can you guys share what are you at S6 or are you in Signal, or is that where you guys come out of?
Yeah, so my name's John. I'm a 25 Hotel. Used to be a 25 November prior to the merger. As is usual in the Army, I've done just about a little bit of everything. Started off in air defense artillery, did no IT whatsoever. Ended up down in Schofield Barracks, where I worked in tandem with the NetOps G6 to provide services to pretty much a couple hundred users on site. We were like the division main site, so that was using like a TCN. We also used a T2C2, which is that gator ball that blows up and gets a connection with the satellite. So we provided user services there over Nipper, Sipper, and Coalition. Got to experience the integration of Starshield with military, so that was pretty cool. Moving from an STT, which pushes like 5 to 10 kilobytes of data, it's terrible, to having a 200 gig pipe was pretty awesome. Now that I'm here at Fort Drum, I work in an S6, which is kind of a step back, more of a help desk, kind of fixing user accounts, showing people how to properly plug in Ethernet cables, that kind of thing. But yeah.
So you got a background where you've done quite a bit across the board.
Yeah.
But to you, what is an incident, and how do you address those types of things?
I mean, with the incidents that we would deal with, being at like a division level asset, it was pretty neat because I had to work with a lot of chief warrant officers whose job was essentially cybersecurity. So we would have our stacks out on site typically so that we could do a mesh network with the actual installation. And half of my job, once we had the network up and running and we had troubleshot most of the user issues, was a whole lot of just staring at Palo Alto and just keeping an eye on things, seeing if we had any IP addresses that really had no business accessing our communications, making sure that the firewall rule sets were making sense and blocking who they needed to block. And then at that point, at least for us as like enlisted members, it would just be running that up the chain, letting chief know, hey, we have these incidents, and then they would take it from there.
Okay, awesome. So this, why I want to bring that full circle is, for those of you that don't work in IT, it's whenever something abnormal, like you said, like an IP address that wasn't expected, you get some sort of indication, a signal or an event or a notification that something isn't right. So now let me bring back to Seth. He and I were talking during the break. I equated being a SOC analyst to being like somebody who's a watchdog for your house. Like you're going to get a lot of noises, creaks. Maybe you have a real alarm system in your house. You're going to get indications there is a problem, and you're going to have to figure out, is it really a problem? Is it an IT problem? Is it just noise? Or is it a real cybersecurity problem? If it is, then you have to do something about it. Now, John, on your situation, did you guys have SOPs or playbooks around addressing incidents that came up?
We did to an extent. It was definitely a developing SOP.
Yeah.
Because one of the joys of having this awesome 200 gigabit pipe that we now had access to, one of our biggest issues was it was a lot of insider threat, but not necessarily, nobody trying to do anything malicious. But we'd have suddenly all these people pulling from our on-site share drive from back at Division or whatever, and they're trying to pull 20, 30 gigabits worth of data. And despite the fact that we had all these new capabilities, everybody was throttling the network. So most of that was building an SOP around ensuring that people that were outside of the network could not access these shared drives to pull out these big files and everything like that, because they had access to all that back at Division off of the stack that's back there. And realistically, there wasn't too much threat going on. We had a few here and there from, gosh, what do you call that? Can't remember the terminology for it. They just hang around and try to mess with your stuff. That's their whole job. Out for trying to get into some of our data and stuff like that. But for the most part, it was just data management for us.
Okay, which is an important part of cybersecurity, because if you think about the integrity of the data, the availability, if the network got clogged because people were moving lots of data, that would make the network slow, unavailable. And a lot of people don't think about it, but that's a cybersecurity. It falls in our domain, fortunately or unfortunately. Like DDoS attacks, right? That's a cybersecurity problem, right? All right. So thank you, John. Okay, so and thanks, Aladdin, for sharing your scenario. So for those of you that are interested in being SOC analysts, Aladdin is probably a good guy to work with on his use case. Jonathan, did you get I sent you an email with the link just now. Okay, do you need a minute before you introduce yourself and go over it, or can you introduce yourself and go over your scenario?
Yeah, I'll introduce myself and go over it.
Okay.
So I'm Jonathan Moffel. I'm a 25 unicorn, and right now I'm currently pursuing a degree in computer science, and I'm also certified in Security Plus, and I'm currently working on SIM or Splunk, which is a SIM, System Information Event Monitor, and my lab is creating a Copilot assistant for threat intelligence.
So is anybody familiar with the term threat intel? Have you heard that in the past? Like, it's a pretty big buzzword. Like, if you go watch any YouTube videos, they talk about triaging threat intel, right? So let's take this more. Let's kind of take it outside of the context of cybersecurity. So, what is threat intel? Threat intel is sources of information provided through a number of different things, either human intel, open source intel, that give you an idea that there could be a problem, right? Like, and it's pretty broad. You get what's classified as threat intel. It could be like hash files of hashes of infected files, right? Like, you'll get a dump from your intel vendor into your SIEM that says, if you see these hashes of files on any of your systems, then potentially that laptop, device, printer, whatever, it's compromised, right? That's one example. The other is I worked for a dark organization that did threat intel on the dark web in Eastern Europe, right? So everybody carried burner phones and whatnot, and the organization would go on the dark web, and they were employed by banks to find the dirt on the hackers, so that the banks could. So that was one of the jobs I had. So the threat intel that the shop produced was information about threat actors. This is well before MITRE ATT&CK. They try to understand who the threat actors were and give the dossier to the CISO of like Bank of America, and so it was that understanding who is targeting you and how they operate, so that you can make a informed decision on what you would do with your environment. How would you protect yourself? Like, what are they targeting? That sort of thing. It's sort of an extreme example of threat-informed defense. So threat intel is pretty broad, right? So again, if you're interested in being a SOC analyst, that's another great use case to partner with. So Jonathan he has a Copilot Studio license. That's his lab. We're going to divide into into 3 groups. So during our next break, you want to either connect with Aladdin or Jonathan. Anybody have any questions about what threat intel is? I know it's something you'll probably want to Google or Copilot to figure out, or use ChatGPT to read about, to figure out what that is. Okay. Anything else you want to throw in before we go to the next person, Jonathan?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now what we're going to do, now that Jonathan and Aladdin have introduced themselves, I know, Ivan, you're on the live stream. If you're there, if not, we can come back to you. Because Ivan he's the other person that's interning with us. He has a Copilot license. His scenario is, his team is going to be creating a Copilot for compliance. So like a chatbot where you can ask compliance questions, right? So probably the most unsexy thing about cybersecurity is compliance, right? And every organization has to follow the rules, right? We're in the Army, or you're still in the Army. And so there is a rule for everything, right? What you can wear, how many tattoos you have, what's visible, what piercings you can have. In the civilian space, companies have to follow certain guidelines, whether it's mandated by the US government, whether it's contractually bound, whether it's from the card processors. There's a thing called PCI DSS, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. These are all cybersecurity related areas that analysts have to help a company comply with. That's where the idea of compliance comes about. So Ivan, I know he's there, but he just may not be necessarily visible right now. His team is going to be working on this, on an agent that will that you can ask it questions about compliance, right? So we've described 3 scenarios that we're going to do as part of the 2-day training, right? We're first going to learn about AI and where it came from. We're going to talk about what Copilot is, then we're going to talk about Copilot Studio. The reason why I brought this up initially is so that, we can level set on what these 3 scenarios are. And if you have questions about what they mean, because I recognize that a lot of you guys are coming in like brand new, like Seth, you're coming out of the infantry. So everything, it's all of a sudden, it's like we're getting the fire hose out and squirting you down, right? Right, like you gotta somehow in 4 months, if you were going to land a job, you would have to learn cybersecurity, how the business world works, how commercial world works, and the lingo. So in this 2 days, it's not realistic for you guys to learn everything. But what I don't want to do is have you guys get lost in because this is a lot, right? Like these 3 scenarios are real cybersecurity jobs. And to top it off, you're going to learn about artificial intelligence, automation, and Copilot. So those are like 4 big areas that you're going to pick up in this next 2 days. I know I'm starting to see a lot of the eyes glazing over. So what I don't want to do is lose you guys, because all of these 4 areas are deep, but realize that if during the course of this next 2 days, if I could at least give you an idea, so at least superficially, you can get a somewhat of understanding of it. The live stream will be up. I'll send you guys links you can watch it again if you like. And I'm also available if you want to meet up again later. We could talk more about either, what you learned here or your career or where you're going. Because I also meet with soldiers to go over their plan. Okay, so you guys have heard Aladdin and Jonathan describe themselves. What I'm gonna do is work our way around the room this way. And if you could have everybody, 3 things. Who are you? What do you want to do? SOC analyst, security engineer, not sure. That's a valid answer. And where are you going? So I know Artem, you're a high school student, but
Yeah.
go ahead.
So I'm Artem student and I came here from Russia several years ago, and now I'm a senior in Cybersecurity Central School. So I want to be a security engineer or security architect, and I'm not sure right now about my future job career because I am caring about college. So that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Artem.
I'm Darian Stanley. I've been in the Army the past 6 years doing 25 hotel/November stuff, working mostly automation and SAC-HELM.
So it's Darian?
Yes.
Darian, okay.
So just trying to figure out what exactly I want to do involving my experience with SAC-HELM and other automation stuff like that. So just any options I can right now.
Where do you want to go after you get out of the Army?
Anywhere but here.
Anywhere but here. Okay. All right. Who's next? What's your first name?
Quran.
Karan. Do you have a name tag, Karan? All right, Karan. Karan, what do you want to do in cybersecurity? Or-
Cybersecurity, I'm leaning towards ethical hacking / pen testing or security engineering. I've been in the Army for about, I just hit a little over my 2.5 year mark.
Mhm.
And I'm a 94 Fox. I mostly repair night vision goggles, and that's my main thing. Let's see. For where I want to go, I plan to go to Katy, Texas,
Okay.
and hoping to scope out some companies I can eyeball to see where I would be a good fit or what I would need to be a good fit around that area in Katy or Houston, Texas.
Okay.
And yeah, that's just big questions.
It's Karan, right? Karan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good to meet you, Karan. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Steve.
Hi, Steve, infantry. Been a drum for about 5 years. Not really too sure what I want to do yet. I was just given this flyer and I figured I'll open up my, I don't know. Anyway, but I intend to go back to Florida, Orlando, Florida, where I'm originally from.
Do you have any school, Steve?
School, only like 2 college classes from when I was in high school.
Okay. 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 And Jonathan's given his introduction, but do you have anything else you want to say before going to Ollie?
Forgot to say that I'm pursuing being a SOC analyst, and I'm also going back to Dallas, Texas.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Ollie.
Hey, good morning. My name is Ali. I've been in the Army for like 5 years. I started my SFL tab like a week ago. I'm an aircraft mechanic, 15 Delta. So it's not near anything like IT, but I have a degree in aerospace engineering, which is far from IT, but I fall in love with the data analyst role. So on deployment last year, I started like learning Python and SQL on my own. And that's why I can say like I'm aspiring data analyst / data scientist. I know like cybersecurity may be not near this field, I don't know, but like when I saw like AI, I was like, oh, that's LLM maybe. So
Yeah.
that's what I said.
No, you'd be surprised. Like my last job was all about data, like processing signals coming in. So all of the alerts had to be triaged. So we wrote a lot of ML jobs to go and look for anomalies. Yeah, it's a use case, right? Like the other big use case I see for data analysts is on the marketing side. like knowing your customer, but security, it's really a big thing, like data and data analysts and pulling the data in, massaging it. It's pretty big. Okay, next.
My name is Ron. I'm infantry. Know nothing about cybersecurity or anything, but I know I like this stuff, and I did STEM in high school. Liked all that stuff. I have my own computer, like mess around with it, so figured it wouldn't be a bad shot. Probably gonna go back to Ohio. And the one thing that stood out to me was informational security.
Okay. Do you code at all?
I did a little bit. Like I said, just STEM stuff, not anything crazy.
Did you play an instrument in high school?
I did
What'd you play?
trumpet, mellophone,
Okay.
French horn, cornet.
Yeah, so I was on a coding team, and I used to travel for projects. And one morning we all came down to the lobby of the hotel, and everybody had a different instrument. So like I'm a software engineer by trade, right? So like Ali, I studied aerospace engineering in college, and then when I got in the Army, I threw all that away. But then when I got back in industry, I really liked coding. It's like a lot of fun. It's like the one area, like when you guys go into tech, you got to just pick an area that you dive into. Like coding was the area that I really liked. But most of my friends that I work with that are engineers, the software engineers, security engineers, we all play instruments. Like I play the guitar, piano. I played the saxophone in high school. But not to say that if you don't play an instrument, you won't be a great coder, but I'm just saying there was just a correlation. Ironically enough, one of the startups I worked for, they formed a band. Like everybody was, it's like the Marine Corps, everybody's an engineer. And so it was a company of about 1,000 people. And I'd say like a third of us played some kind of instrument. And so they had auditions for the company band. I'm like, whoa, it's crazy. We're going Series F, and it's like crazy, crazy startup times. And at our company kickoff meeting, the company band came out and played classic rock songs. I was like shocked. Some guy sung. The VP of sales played the lead guitar. It was crazy. So just I throw that out there. Okay, John.
All right. Already did most of my introduction, but my name's John. I joined the Army at 27. Prior to that, I was going to college for electrical engineering. Really enjoyed that, but life happened, and I was like, yeah, the Army will pay for tracking. Sweet. So right now, I'm pursuing a bachelor's in business administration. I've got like 8 months left on the degree, 8 months to a year, somewhere in there. Currently working on my CAP-M certification, which is a Certified Associated Project Management. And then starting next month, I'll be going on my CSP for Security Plus. Kind of hoping that between those two certifications and the degree that I can get kind of more of a managerial position within the field. Realistically, wasn't my intent initially, but after spending as much time being an NCO as I have, I've been a sergeant for the past 3 years, realized that I actually kind of sort of like that kind of thing, really supporting the team, helping build up those around me, facilitate their avenue to success. So realistically, I'm not necessarily aiming for anything within cybersecurity at the time being, but I do enjoy IT a lot. I enjoy what I do. So just kind of keeping all my avenues open.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, tomorrow when we have the panel, one of the guys you connect with, he's a director. You probably should trade stories with him. He'd probably be good. Yeah, talk about them like the climbing the ladder, that sort of thing. Okay, thank you, Seth.
I'm Seth. I'm from Texas. Joined the Army about 4 years ago, some change. Infantry, no background in cybersecurity or IT or nothing. I started looking into it a couple months ago, started doing training, course there like past couple weeks. So that's why I'm here today. But after Army, plan on moving in with my fiance down in New Paltz, New York. She trains wild Mustangs. And trying to get, I guess, my certs up until then. So.
Cool. Cool. All right. Thank you, Seth. Aladdin, do you have anything you wanna say after?
I believe I already said most of them. But other than that, I don't know where I want to move to. But I PCS from Maryland down here, so for me right now it's more like wherever the opportunity takes me to, I'm gonna move. I hate for drum, but if the opportunity is right here, I don't have a choice because right now I'm more focused on an opportunity that is gonna give me that the skills and experience I need to be better in the field.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And Fernando, right?
Hello, my name is Fernando. I've been on ForgeRun for about 4 years and some change, same thing as Seth. I am everyone's favorite MOS, 92 Golf. I am a cook. No correlation with anything IT related at all. No experience in IT either. Same thing as Seth. I just a couple months ago started looking into cybersecurity, leaning more into also SOC analyst as well. But on that, excited to be doing this. That's it. Pretty much it.
Yeah. Are you gonna go to where are you going to after you get out?
Oh yeah. After I'm done from here, I'll be going back to South California. Moving back to Bakersfield, California.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna try to catch up on the schedule here as we I want to make sure that we have do a couple things. We want to look at real world problems. So the three use cases that you guys are going to do a lab on are real problems that are out there, right? And I also want to give you the maximum amount of time to work with Aladdin and Jonathan and Ivan so that you guys can, because we have 3 Copilot Studio licenses that we can share amongst us. So you can get some hands-on time with that. I want to also kind of put into perspective, like where does artificial intelligence and big data and data engineering, how does that all fit together, right? Because there's so much hype around artificial intelligence today, right? Like, but what is artificial intelligence? How does it work, and what does it mean to you guys as aspiring professionals, whether you go into cybersecurity or not? Because whether you go into it or not, AI and big data, all those things are all things that today are going to affect you in some shape or fashion, whether you're going to be in management or whether you're going to be an analyst, whether you decide you don't ever want to go into IT or you want to go a different direction. Artificial intelligence is built into everything today. And so what I wanted to do is take AI, put it in the right perspective, and then look at how it's going to apply in this profession. All right, gonna hit on that. All right, so why does it matter today? Why does AI matter in cybersecurity today? So yesterday there was a conference I kicked off called MITRE Attack. And a few of you may have watched it, but the keynote speech was all about how cybersecurity analysts today are overwhelmed, right? Everybody that has worked in the field knows that when you join cybersecurity, you're in a support role. Unless you work for an organization that sells services or you're a product company, it's kind of like, for you guys that are with the infantry, you guys are you're out there pulling the trigger and everybody else supports the infantry, right? That's the way, when I was with Triple Deuce, that's the way we looked at the world, right? Like everybody supports the infantry, or if you were a combat arms officer, that was kind of the way people looked at you. When you get out in the commercial space and you start working in cybersecurity, one of the things you're going to realize is that your job isn't just to know a lot about the bad guys and to know about your domain area. It's also to understand how the company makes money, right? So the company makes money by selling products or services, right? They sell a subscription to a customer, and there's usually security risks around that, right? And that's your job to understand what that is, but then it's also your job not to block them from selling products and services, because when if they sell a subscription, then a part of that goes to pay for you and your existence. So employers look at you like you're a cost, right? So generally, cybersecurity analysts and people in the field they generally don't have enough, right? They're looking to use better technology, but they don't have it yet. They're on a team that should have 10 people, but there's only 5. So artificial intelligence and automation becomes like your best friend. And you're going to find that out no matter what part of the commercial space you go into, because whenever you go work for somebody, there's always a conflict between, making money and maximizing profits and people who are doing the work. Because, if you're a shareholder, you're trying to drive down the cost as much as possible. And when every employee that's a part of a company, or every tool or every piece of property that the company owns is money, right? So shareholders and stockholders are all trying to drive down the cost of things. And so what people in management try to do is they try to figure out, how do I get Seth to do, how do I get him to be a SOC analyst, but also do IAM, but also try to do this. And by the way, Seth, I need you to work, 1 weekend a month, and Aladdin, you're going to work the other weekend. And then everybody on the other team is going to take another weekend, right? Pretty soon you're working a lot. And on top of that, it's all hands on deck if there's a security incident. So it's sort of self-serving for you guys to understand how AI can help you, because if you really buy into the idea that technology can help you, then you won't it'll help you move faster, right? Because there's kind of 2 schools I see out there. There are people who resist this kind of stuff, and they're like, oh man, AI is going to take my job, But I'll parallel back to when I left the Army in 1999, 2000. All these jobs are going to India. And people have said, well, why do you want to be a software engineer? Because your job's going to end up in India, right? And nothing against, labor arbitrage or having those jobs go to India or Pakistan, but all my loved ones were telling me, like, don't get into software development, right? 25 years later, I'm still doing the same thing. But what's changed is, if you're able to look at that sort of trend and really embrace it and say, okay, there's a time and place for coding to go to India. Today, there's a time and place for how you use AI and these tools, because you're going to be, once you guys get out, you guys are going to be challenged. I kind of think about it like, again, I equate it back to my Army time, right? Anybody go to any special schools where you're like starved, or for you infantry guys, do you go to any special schools where you're starved and stressed and you're like, no? Anybody? Sapper leader, pre-ranger, any of those things? No? Okay. Well, when I went to Sapper leader course, as an example, the Sapper instructor said to me, he said, son, you can either carry more bullets, or you can carry water, or you can carry MREs. So on our missions, the one thing that left my ruck was MREs. And when you go work in the commercial space, it's going to be the same thing. You're going to have a significant other. It says, hey, as much as you really like to, if you're pretty ambitious, you really like to learn things and work, I could spend all day studying and working with people like you guys on really cool stuff, right? Like coding or hacking or doing that stuff. I could do that all day. But you're going to have things that are going to tear at your time, right? Like you're going to have, for those of you that have significant others, they're going to be saying like, hey, it's 5 o'clock. why aren't you paying attention to me? Or you got to make dinner, or you got to take the kid, you got to pick up the kids. Or so you're going to have your personal life kind of like, that's going to tear at your time. You're also going to have your boss that says, hey, guess what? You do this role today. I need you to take on these 3 other roles because, Artem's leaving the organization. So somebody's got to pick up his job, right? So that's where automation and AI and being able to move fast is going to really help you. And if I could leave you guys with one thing, make sure that you have some kind of Copilot, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, and you think about how that's going to help you move faster as an individual, because you can use it in any part of, you can use these tools in any part of what you do today. So, Jonathan, how many times have I taken somebody's resume or LinkedIn profile, run it through ChatGPT, and just get incredible results?
Many times.
Many times, right? Like you wouldn't think that taking somebody's resume and running it through ChatGPT, you'd be able to get something that is tailored to the opportunity, but that's just one use case. So what we're going to do today is, let me go and fast forward, is try to get you from, once you get your first job, you're going to be really, they're going to ramp you up, and if you're doing a good job, they're going to keep piling things on you, and you're going to be overwhelmed. How do you go from that to being empowered? And how do you get to the notion that this technology is going to work with you to make you successful if you harness it correctly? So that's the thing we're going to do today, is try to get to the point where we talk through each tool and how it's used, and then we'll do some hands-on time stuff. Okay. It's a good time to take a break, because I know we've been talking for at least an hour. So why don't we take 10? When we get back, what we're going to do is I'm going to power through 2 talks, then we're going to break for lunch. Okay. So I have 11:07 now. If we can come back around 11:15, then we're going to go from 11:15 to 12 noon after that.
I'm trying to get 6 right now. 798. Uh-huh.
Hope it's a smooth transition at least.
Okay, so we're gonna get started on this next section. So what we're trying to do with this section is set the stage on how we got here. And we're gonna talk about what we know is AI today. What's the origin of that? How do we go from back in the day in the 1950s where they had punch cards to now where we have things like big data and analytics, and how does that all fit together with the cloud? So I'm going to talk through that in this talk, because what we want to do is be able to trace how AI's evolution, like, because I think there's a lot of hype around it, right? Like, John, when you say AI, what do you think about?
I mean, realistically, at least within my job in the Army, I use AI all the time because I don't know how many NCOs and whatnot we have in here, but trying to write like an Army counseling or anything like that and really make it look professional.
Yeah.
I use it a lot in that regard, but realistically, I know that it's taking over the entirety of the tech industry. I have a mentor through O2O right now. He's been working in the industry for like 18 years now, and he's pretty much said like that I need to embrace it. If I don't embrace AI, I'm just setting myself up for failure, especially in regards to it's just such a budding industry right now. Those certifications and whatnot that are out there, either through Microsoft or Azure or I'm forgetting the other one.
Oh, AWS.
AWS, yeah, Amazon. He's like, get a certification in either of those, even if you're not intending to pursue AI, but you want to be within the IT realm. At least having an entry level certification in there is really going to help boost your resume for just about any job within the spectrum.
So you use AI pretty much every day,
Consistently. Yeah, I'm in a statistics class right now, and I use that all the time to basically, it's one of those things, right? You got to be careful with it because you don't want to use it as a crutch. You still want to gain proficiency within whatever you're working on. I assume it's even more important within the IT industry, but using it to like help, I use it all the time to help me balance my checkbooks and whatnot within my accounting course because my God, when you're off by like $4 within a multi-million-dollar accounting checkbook, it is atrocious to try to track that down. But it's an incredibly useful tool as long as you use it as a tool and not a crutch.
Does anybody else have an experience with AI on a personal basis they want to share? Like, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Colin.
when I started to learn Python and SQL on my own, it's very tricky, you know, like when you like type like code, like it's very finicky if you like mess something up. Just give you error, and I don't have like a personal like teacher or like, hey, this is the wrong. You have to like change this. So I just throw the code that I wrote to Claude or anything, and just point to me like where I messed up, and I use it like as a private teacher.
Awesome. How do you use it as a private teacher?
So it gave me like the spots where I did the mistakes in my coding, and give me also idea. Like I found this very fascinating. Like give me ideas like how can I, instead of like I wrote like 10 lines of code, I can just write 3 or 4.
Yes. Yeah. Do you use Copilot, like GitHub Copilot or?
No, I don't use it.
Oh, okay. That's another. If you decide to continue with coding, like GitHub Copilot is a really good plugin. Do you use VS Code?
No, I use Claude.
Okay. There's so my day-to-day integrated development environment is VS Code, and then there's a plugin for VS Code that comes with GitHub. So GitHub Copilot, you pay $20 a month, and it plugs in, and you just write comments, and you say like, hey, I would like to make a connection to this API endpoint, and it'll start to populate it's like shocking. It'll start to populate the code for you. Yeah. So does anybody use Grammarly here at all? Grammarly? Yeah. That's another, Grammarly has AI now too. Does anybody, has anybody put put together their LinkedIn face shot yet? There's AI out there that'll make you look like you're on some city street in San Francisco. Has anybody, if you go to my LinkedIn profile, the picture that's there is AI generated. It makes it look like I'm in some conference room, but I haven't been in a tech conference room in several years, but it looks like I was just in a tech conference room. That's another thing. But all this tech really didn't come about overnight, right? It's just there's so much hype about it. It's like, what it was, 2.5 years ago when OpenAI launched ChatGPT. Is that about right? 2.5 years? Yeah. It's like all of a sudden it's like, what's this OpenAI thing, right? It just like overnight people have embraced it. It was like one of the fastest growing tools out there. But for that moment to happen, a lot of things had to come together. And I wouldn't think that what we're doing today would be, and what we're talking about today wouldn't be complete without kind of going back and saying like, how did we get to the moment where this happened? How did that happen, right? It didn't just happen. Now I'm really going back and dating myself, but like the 50s through the 80s, there was a thing called rule-based systems where it was just about writing business logic, and then the system would do it, right? That's pretty much that, right? You ever heard of a thing called if this, then that? It was a tool a couple of years ago that somebody wrote. It was an AI. It was supposed to be like automation, right? That you could hook to your Alexa, like it would, if this happened, then do that. That's an example of rule-based. And that's using tech that, started back in the 50s when they had low speed technology back there, punch cards, all the way up until the 80s when I first started to go to school, when programming was all procedural, right? Then in the late 90s into 2000, before the first .com bubble boom, we started to get to the point where people developed algorithms and how to look at data and be able to make observations or look for anomalies with data, right? That came about kind of before the turn of the century, before Y2K. And then in around 2010, we had this thing that sprouted up called big data, where all of a sudden, everything was becoming digitized, right? Everything from your refrigerator to the door on the office front door. Everybody got Ring doorbell cams. So everything was digitized, right? And people in corporate America said, and depending on what your view of the world is, people said, oh man, that data could be useful, right? If we mine that data and we pair that with machine learning algorithms, we can start to make decisions based on that data about you, right? So I worked at the time, 2010, I worked for Blue Cross Blue Shield company as a security architect, and they were looking at how they could look at people's health records to figure out, okay, is this person need to pay a higher rate because, are they you got the typical stuff like, are you a non-smoker? What kinds of things do you eat? Are you overweight? But then with big data, kind of like, it really took off because they had more data about you. They could take all of your health records from your doctor's visits. All of that could feed into your insurance premiums, right? Now, when I went to go work for Motive 5 years ago, they did the same thing. They said, okay, who's an 88 Mike here? Anybody? 88 Mike? Driver? No? Okay. Well, everybody here is PMSS a vehicle, right? Right? That's just like a common thing. Everybody's had to do that in some shape or fashion, right? So imagine if every time you PMSS your vehicle, you had something watching you to see if you really did the PMCS. And are you following every step in your PMCS guide and making sure that you did everything? And I'll be honest with you. I mean, everybody's cut corners, right? Because you're all human. But if a machine watched you do that and then predicted whether or not your vehicle was going to break down based on that data, that's the confluence of big data and machine learning, because you have these algorithms that can be used to look at patterns in the data, right? So when after around the time of 2010, we also had this thing called cloud come about. All of a sudden, people were like, when I worked for Blue Cross Blue Shield, they had this day called Cloud Day, and everybody's like, "What's Cloud Day?" It's the cloud vendors were coming in to go and woo the security team and the tech team to go and get them to sign up for either Azure or AWS back in 2010. And so you all of a sudden you have all this big data about people and their health records, and storing all that data was super expensive, and managing the compute about doing that was sort of throttled because you couldn't really scale up or scale down quickly, right? Like if you wanted to, before I say that, are you guys familiar at all with like virtualization, like virtual computers or virtual networks, or right? Like everything is like software, right? When I first started when you wanted to stand up a web application, you had to go to Dell and order a server. The server had to be delivered to your data center. Some dude had to offload it off a truck. They brought it into the data center. They had to wire it up, and then some other dude came in and installed the software. And then somebody gave it an IP address, and then they gave you the IP address and the login credentials. And that was from the time you push send on that order to the time that you logged on to your server, it was weeks, and it was a lot of money. But with cloud, what happened was they took the best of virtualization, being able to stand up a virtual server, a virtual network, and all of a sudden it was like, with a click of a button and eventually with code, I could stand up a server, I could stand up a network, I could do it inexpensively and conveniently. So if you pair up the idea that you now have everybody's data in the world, and you have these algorithms for looking at this data, and then you tied it to, now you have unlimited compute, or it's expensive, right? Because if you let these data science projects run wild, you'd be in the hole for millions of dollars. You'd be in the hole for a lot of money, right? So you get all this together, and now you have this capability to take a whole lot of data about a whole lot of people and do something with it. And you have all this unlimited compute. And that's where AI started to come in, where you have the capability to reason, make observations about the data using machine learning algorithms. And on top of that, the software and tech around taking those observations and being able to create new things from it. That's where the generative part comes from, right? So fast forward, so 2010 was just about figuring out, like, what do I see in the data, right? Like, who's watched the movie The Matrix? Anybody watch The Matrix? I know I'm kind of dated. Like, people watch The Matrix come down, right? And like, they're like, oh, I can read The Matrix, right? It's like numbers. That's like the algorithms, right? The algorithms look at the data flowing, and then you're able to make conclusions on it. The cloud gave us the ability to do it at scale. And so you have offerings like OpenAI come up, where now you have this tremendous amount of compute that can be applied to these observations. And then on top of that, you're able to come up with something new, generate new ideas, right? So where does that lead us today? So now we're able to take that capability and put it in the hands of the consumer. That's where OpenAI came in, right? So you can see like this evolution that has gone from like the 50s to today. It's incredible, right? So I know I'm dating myself, but I can remember when there was no cell phones, right? And this is another one of those evolutions where this kind of thing, nobody ever really thought about this until this all coming together until what is it, 2022, when it really kind of took off. But it had been there years in the making. And why is it important to look at this is because there is a spot on the team in every part of this evolution, right? So like in your case, Ali, you want to get into big data. You see how big data and analytics feeds into this, into AI, right? You guys that are all budding security analysts. Here's the problem that you're going to have. You're going to join a team, and you're going to get inundated with alerts. And one of the use cases that we have is being able to do IR triaging. But when you start to go work for a large company, things are done in mass, right? Like imagine if you went to go work at Best Buy, right? Like bestbuy.com, how many web servers do you think they have? They probably have thousands of web servers, right? You ever try to buy something the day after Thanksgiving on bestbuy.com? Now, dial back a few years to like 2001. If you try to go to bestbuy.com on Black Friday, you would see the screen go black, right? And then eventually they got better at their tech to where they were spinning up thousands of servers and using the cloud. So today, to be able to support the amount of demand that an e-commerce site like Best Buy or Amazon has, there are thousands of web servers. There are thousands of nodes that compute. So how the hell is a security analyst going to be able to look at vulnerabilities on every one of those servers, right? It's automation and data and analytics, right? Right. Okay, I'll give you another example. So when I worked for Motive, they were a Series F burgeoning startup. When I joined the team, there were around 3,500 employees, right, worldwide. They were looking to grow dramatically, and they couldn't get big contracts without having what's called a SOC 2 compliance report, right? It's like having your driver's license when you're 16. You're not going to have it's like when someone goes to buy products from you, if you're a SaaS provider and you don't have a SOC 2 compliance report, then generally large companies just don't do business with you, because it's kind of like going. Anybody here from California? Anybody? No? Okay. If you go to a restaurant in California, there's a little card out front. It's like A through F. I don't know if they still do that or not. Yeah, like you go to a restaurant and you see the little thing on the, and if it's not A, I just walk away, because that means that they've been cited by the health department, right? Like you just don't eat there. SOC 2 is the same thing if you're a SaaS provider. If you, so one of the many responsibilities I had when at Motive was I had to help them with their SOC 2 compliance, right? And we had 300 controls that we had to apply, and just in and of itself, 300, and we had a pretty small team that we had to walk through. A control is just like in the Army, where you get inspected and somebody comes by with a clipboard and says, hey, yeah, or like PMCS, right? There's an item that you have to check. So imagine if you had 300 items, but you had that spread across your whole AWS environment. That's a lot of stuff. That's where automation and data analytics came in, where we were able to pull information about each device and figure out, does it match all of the hardening settings and whatnot? So how does that fit into here? You guys are at a point where all of the right things are falling into place for you. If you do, like John said, if you embrace AI and you think about like what had to come into place for you guys to have this opportunity. It's a lot, right? But the reason why I have this talk is because you want to realize that it isn't just AI that's out there that's the opportunity. It's the other pieces of it. Getting involved with the cloud, getting involved with big data, getting involved with algorithms and analytics. And you'll have, if you go into cybersecurity, you'll have different roles, right? You won't always be like, if you start out as an analyst, you're going to be somebody who looks at alerts and triages them, right? Then as you get more experience and knowledge and you technical know-how, you'll be able to transition from just being a person that gets an alert, reads a playbook and says, oh, there's a red light. This is what I do. That's kind of like your first day, right? There's a red light. This is what you do. Then all of a sudden you say, like, I've seen that red light a couple different times, but on a different system. Then you're the guy who goes back to the playbook and says, oh, maybe I need to update the playbook because that red light, it also occurs on this type of Unix system. So you get a little bit more senior, right? So that knowledge of what it got to, where it got to, I think is an important thing to look at as we step into the next talk. So, all right, I think I touched on a lot of these things. I think strategically, though, I'll just leave you with this, that it's important to embrace this stuff, as John has said. Places that I work that are very progressive, AI was infused in everything. Your meetings are all recorded. So you have an AI transcriber that will take the recording from the meeting and give you an opportunity to play it back. It'll also tell you what the action items are. It'll also give you a transcript, which you could feed into, Gemini or ChatGPT, and have it give its perspective on where to go next, right? They have AI tools now that sit on top of your document shares. You have a question. Hey, how did we handle this vulnerability in the past? It'll search through all of the documents and tell you where and how, and it'll even search through all the transcripts from the meetings and say, like, John and Seth had a conversation about it last week. It's really frightening, but it's there, and so it's those people who take advantage of those things that they're able to move forward quickly. All right, so we're gonna go into our last talk before lunch, and then we'll take a break. What I'm gonna do is, now that we're talking strategically, we're gonna drill down into the tools, and then what they are and how they're used. And then what I'd like you guys to do during the break is connect with Aladdin or Jonathan, or if you'd like to work on the compliance bot, I want to try to get everybody divided into teams so that we can start preparing for those presentations tomorrow. Okay, so let's talk about these tools that you guys are going to use. All right, so I know that you guys had mentioned that some of you guys, a lot of you guys use ChatGPT, right? Right. Everybody's got either the free version or you pay for. But there are also other tools out there. Like Ollie, you said you use Claude, right? What do you use Claude for? Coding? Do you use it for anything?
Coding, and Perplexity, I use it for like researching.
Okay.
Can generate reports for me if I like scrubbing the internet for me for any specific subject. It's very useful, actually.
Yeah. John, you use it for writing your NCOERs?
Oh yeah, I use it all the time for NCOERs. And sometimes it's difficult to come across, all those bullets, and it assists you in kind of making it into that expected Army professional writing style when you're trying to just make sure that you hit all the bullets for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Like, so you guys are using like the publicly available consumer versions of these tools, right? Like, yeah. So those tools are out there, they're available, and they're great. What organizations are moving toward, and something to be aware of, is they're moving toward corporate versions of these, right? So like, you guys are going to leave the Army, you're going to go work for somebody, and they're generally either one of two things. They're either a Microsoft shop where they use Office 365 and they use Microsoft Office 365 for everything. And so they'll have Copilot, right? And Copilot is infused in everything. PowerPoint, Word. It doesn't do as good of a job with as Grammarly does. Grammarly does an awesome job, like cleaning up my writing, right? But for PowerPoint, it does an awesome job of creating like great looking decks. So there's that, right? And then there's also the Copilot chat. Now, what you guys are going to work within as a part of this is you guys are going to work in what's called Copilot Studio, right? That's where you guys are going to build the agents. And after lunch, we're going to do a show and tell on Copilot Studio and what it is and how it works. So there's a couple things to bear in mind. So in order to be able to get Copilot Studio to do what you want it to do, you have to realize that it requires you to be able to interact with AI in a way where it can take what you want and the context and do something with it. And so we're going to talk after lunch about prompt engineering, right? It's just some basics on prompt engineering. We're gonna work through that. Does everybody have? And sounds like everybody has ChatGPT on their phone, right? Okay, so we're gonna do I'm gonna ask you to like because when I started to look at prompt engineering, I had to like dump all my bad habits with because I get lazy, right? I'll just tell ChatGPT like, hey, here's a picture. Tell me what this is. Like my wife has this thing where she like we're cleaning out our house and getting rid of everything. So she'll say like, what is this thing? And she'll take a picture of it and send it to me. And I'll use poor prompt engineer. I'll just say, I'll upload the picture and say, what is this? Right? But really, there is a way in which you should approach it. And we're going to talk about this afternoon. But Microsoft Copilot and how this works builds upon that idea of being able to interact with the AI in a certain way, right? Now, if you are able to interact with Copilot and your whatever tool of choice in a way where you're getting what you want in the most effective way possible, there's a lot of potential there, right? Now, if you're working in a Microsoft environment and your organization is bought into Copilot Studio, there's integrations that it'll enable you to do. For example, I know a lot of people in the Army use Teams, depending on your level, right? So it's a good way for you to chat with your people and share documents, right? But imagine if you could put a Copilot agent in your team, so you have the benefits of being able to connect with people and interact with them, but your agent can also do the same thing, right? So it could be like, for example, and I know we're going to talk about IR, but let's say you're on call, and this happens if you're an incident responder. You'll be on call, and the most inopportune time you'll get a page out saying there's something that doesn't look right. You got to do something about it, right? Now, if with having an agent that's integrated with Teams, what you're able to do is that page out can come over Teams and it can create a team for you, right? Like a team that's sandboxed off. That's one thing it can do. The other thing is it could reach out to information about the incident and do a little homework for you, right? If it's a server or an application, it can pull the application owner or the server owner into that team, right? That's possible. It can also, one of my biggest frustrations of running an IR team is you would get paged out, you know it's serious, but you cannot find anybody that can help you on a Saturday. Everybody just they're not on Slack, they're not answering their phones, nothing. You have to send them a page. So your agent can help tell you who could you contact, who's on the list of on call, and who's supposed to be online. Are they online? And package that information up for them. So that's just a preview of what you'll get by using Copilot Studio. And what all these tools are kind of working toward on an enterprise level is that level of integration. Because as management, you're going to drive your people to do more, right? Like, why haven't you talked to this person? Have you thought of this? Or have you thought about that? Or you're going to be in a situation where you may not have the most ideal person working on a problem for you, right? Because, let's face it, everybody's different, right? And you're not going to have all studs on your team. You might have one person that may be just coming along or new. And so a Copilot agent or automation like that could give them access to information or how they did it in the past, or it'll give them a way to ask questions about it. Like if they're not familiar with your IR playbook for MFA, like an MFA attack, then that person could ask the Copilot agent, hey, I just got this alert. Looks like somebody had received multiple requests for approval of MFA. I think it's an MFA attack. Can you tell me what to do, right? How do I handle it? And then on the back end, what I always hated whenever there was an incident was, okay, you just spent 14 hours researching it, and it's a Saturday, and all of a sudden you've all decided, okay, this isn't really a problem, but then your boss wants the report, right? So you could ask the Copilot agent, hey, guess what? You know about the whole, the whole timeline of what happened. Now write me the incident report, right? Because let's face it, man, engineers can't write. I'll be the first to admit it. Engineers just cannot write. We can write great code, but a lot of times people just cannot write. And tech people can't, or we're the worst. They can't write, right? Management people can write, because that's kind of what you aspire to be able to communicate and talk to people and be able to present well. But the average individual that I've worked with cannot write. And it was sad when I worked for multiple startups, people used to come to me because I was just one of these people that embraced the tools. So I had Grammarly, I used AI, and they're like, how do you write so well? Of course, I didn't really say, hey, I use Grammarly and all that stuff, but I would say, yeah, I just use all the tools and I'm able to spit it out. So what we're going to do.
A couple pictures if you don't mind.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Ryan. This is Ryan Tasser, everybody. He's, yeah. All right.
Random guy.
He's from Sachs Harbor School. So, okay. So everybody kind of gets the idea behind why we use this stack and at what layer, right? There's the consumer grade ChatGPT. There's the consumer grade Copilot. All right. And then there's what eventually it'll get to the point where these organizations will force you down the road of just using their AI solutions, right? And generally, hopefully you're working in a place where they've really invested in it and their tools are better than your tools. Like the last place I worked at Motive, we had so many AI tools. It was crazy. It was writing my code for me. It was checking people's availability. It was recording my meetings. It was searching our Google Drive to find documents for me. It did everything for me, so that all I had to do as a manager was I do what I do best, which was think and make decisions and drive people. I didn't have to be, even though I was doing a lot of data analytics work, a lot of my coding was accelerated because, I had Copilot. I had GitHub Copilot. Okay. So, depending on the work you're doing, there is a right tool for it. So, if I kind of put my security and governance hat on, I would tell you that you probably should try to segment what you're doing for work from what you're doing with your personal ChatGPT account, right? I've been using ChatGPT since it first came out. I'm a power user of it. So I've had to wean myself off and use my clients, or places where I work at. I use their AI tools. I don't use mine. But when you guys go out to the corporate world, you should find out what they have and just use it, right? Because your data should stay where it's supposed to stay. Your personal data should stay personal, and your work data should stay with that organization. If you want to automate your processes, like incident response or triaging vulnerabilities, then an agent Copilot Studio is something that you'd want to try to get knowledge of and work with. Every organization has something like this. When I worked at Motive, we weren't a Microsoft shop, so we didn't have Copilot. I do work for large organizations, three-letter agencies, and we use Microsoft in those organizations. So they do have Copilot. So that's one of the reasons why I've really kind of dove into it from a corporate perspective. Okay, so that concludes this morning's talks. Does everybody have an idea of which use case they'd want to work on?
Can we refresh again who we're doing what?
Yeah. So I'll just real quickly. So Aladdin has instant response. He's doing he's creating a Copilot. His team will be creating a Copilot around instant response, like the IR process. And then Jonathan, he's going to be creating one around threat intelligence and like the knowledge behind threat intel. And today, and I'll just be honest with you, you guys are coming in at not knowing both what these are and knowing Copilot. So we tried to create like step-by-step how you would do that. So, and then the third use case is compliance checker, and Ivan, who's online, he's going to be the team lead for that. So if we could break for lunch, we're going to take an hour, and then if you can come back at 1 o'clock and then just have an idea of what you want to do, and then meet up with Aladdin and Jonathan. If anybody's interested in the compliance checker, I'll get you connected with Ivan. Any questions before we break? All right, so we'll come back at 1 o'clock, and then we'll start in with prompt engineering.
My voice is okay.
Oh, hey, Oliver, how you doing?
Pretty good. Just came in like, I don't know if it's a good time or not.
No, that's good. That's good. You want to figure out which one of the use cases you want to work on.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at.
Understood. I thought like I was lost somewhere, but
Yeah. And then the first part of the talk we have recorded, so you should be able to watch it.
should be just on the documents, right, sir? Just posted on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send you a link.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Can we stay here? Like.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're welcome to stay. Yeah. So where'd you guys end up going for lunch?
I went and got Chick-fil-A.
Oh, okay. Okay. Arnan, you said you're from Southern California, or where?
I'm from Ohio.
Ohio,
My
that's right.
my grandparents are from Thailand.
Oh, okay. Okay. What part of Ohio are you going back to?
It's like Newarkish.
Okay. Is it? I worked in Cincinnati for a while. Is it whereabouts in the state is it?
That's do you know where Columbus is?
Yeah.
It's about an hour east of there.
Oh, okay.
So it's on the other side.
Okay.
From Cincy, but yeah, my dad has a IT job for me at a hospital he used to work in as a biomed, and they reimburse certs and let you work on them while you're working.
Nice.
So that'll be a pretty good first job to start out.
Yeah.
It's just basic stuff like help desk stuff, and then you can move up in the hospital if you want to take the experience somewhere else.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a good plan. It'll be you can jump off to a lot of different places that way. Yeah.
I'm sorry to say this, but I have to go to an appointment that was scheduled for me by my leadership, so I might not be here the rest of the day.
Okay, no,
I just wanted to come in here and let you know first.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Apparently this appointment's been a thing for a month before.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'll see you tomorrow then.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are we missing anybody? Oliver, Aladdin.
I think there's one in the bathroom.
Okay.
Yeah, we're missing,
Jonathan.
Oh yeah, Jonathan. Yeah. Okay. All right. Something I want to throw out there. So Ivan is not able to join us for the course. So as a in terms of like leading one of the labs, would anybody like to get a Copilot license? Because I could reassign that.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, because we need somebody that would. So what I want to do before we start is make sure everybody has a team, and then I'll make sure that you get provision into our Office 365 environment, and that I assign you a license and that you can log in. Yeah, and then we're just going to go over real quick before we go into the prompt engineering. We're going to talk about how does this all work again, just to make sure everybody is clear on what the background is behind each one, and then because the instructions are pretty straightforward. They take you to creating a basic agent, so you really could take the Copilot agent any direction you wanted to do it. Because essentially what it does is it's step-by-step instructions for how to log into Copilot Studio, how to create the agent, how to get to do basic things, how to read like a knowledge source. But depending on your use case, you could really take it in a lot of different directions. So we'll give Jonathan another minute to come back, and then we'll jump into that. But can I get your email address? Because then I can I could provision you.
It's my first name with a J, 2005.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is so is it Arnan J at 2005 at Gmail, you said?
Yeah, ARNJ 2005.
At Gmail.
Yep.
Okay. Can you just let me know if you get this email? Because I'm just going to send you a quick email from our sandbox tenant. And then after you get that, I'll provision you account.
Bless you.
This is the test email.
Yeah.
Okay, I went to my spam. It should be good.
Okay. What does the J stand for your first name?
Oh, it's just my last initial.
Oh,
Super simple. My dad made it when I was like 10.
is your first name J or is it?
No, my first name is just Aran. Aran.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's going to be Aran at Gotham Pro Labs at Microsoft.com. Give me a sec. You'll get the welcome email.
Okay.
Okay. You should get your credentials via email.
Yeah. You said I just copy that.
Yeah, that's your. And then you should be. Let me just make sure that you get activated. Okay. So now you log into. I'll send you a link to Copilot Studio.
Okay.
Well, first I'll send you a link to log into Outlook, and then if you could just verify that you can log into Outlook, then okay. So I sent a link to log into Outlook. If you can verify that you can log in, and then Okay, so now you should be able to log in. And then to that email, I will send you a link to Copilot Studio.
Okay. That's the thing's being stupid right now. Everything I put in it says we've seen this before, but something new.
Okay, so while you're doing that, what we're going to do now is I'm going to just quickly go over the use cases again and how they work within cybersecurity. Then we're going to go into prompt engineering. All right, and just a heads up on the prompt engineering module that we're going to go over. We're going to go over a technique for prompt engineering, and then how many of you guys are starting looking for jobs? Anybody look any job sites? Do you have a job site that you prefer?
LinkedIn. I've just been applying through there.
Okay. We're going to take a job posting and we're going to decompose it using prompts, and then we'll figure out. Does anybody do you have a job that you're looking at in particular? Can you send me a link or?
I can probably send you one else. That's what I did during lunch.
Okay.
Any free time, I'm just applying. Yeah, I just did one for GovCIO, Junior Computer User Support Specialist.
Okay. Let's. What's your email address? Because I'll email you if you could just email me a link back, and then
Yeah, sure. It's,
well.
Jonathan, JONATHAN .J.Zwang, ZWENG @gmail.
All right, let me just make sure I got that right. Jonathan .J
.ZWENG
.ng @gmail. Okay. If you could just reply to this email, I'm just sending you an email. Just reply with the link to that job posting, because we're going to use prompts to decompose it.
It should be good to go.
Okay. All right. So while I'm waiting for that to fly over, we're going to go through two talks. One is just we're going to talk about these three use cases. We're going to make sure everybody's on a team. We're going to talk about what they mean, and then I'm going to help organize you guys so you know what role each person's going to play in working on these use cases. Okay. And then after that, we're going to dive into prompt engineering, and then we're going to look at a couple of things with prompt engineering. One is how do we do prompt engineering? And then we're going to go through an example, and we're going to take one of John's jobs that he's applying for. We're going to decompose it. And then we're going to figure out, okay, if I can use it for decomposing a job, how do I use it? How am I going to use prompt engineering to do what I have to do for this exercise we're doing for this lab? Okay. All right. So let's first go through these 2 talks. All right. So I think I touched on this. The problem that you're going to find, no matter, I guess, it's probably across the board, right? If you work in technology, you're going to have too much data, not enough time, and enough resources. Just about everywhere I worked, I've run into that problem. And what really surprised me, so I'm this is the first time in a long time that I've had a cleared government contract, and I'm running into that now with the Doge, like where it's one of the first times where I'm at a point where I've worked for the government, and I'm not like the CIF people. I'm like literally like I'm working like I did in tech, where I'm doing like a lot of things at the same time, and I'm using the government's AI to help me move fast. So what we're going to do is talk about it in terms of the 3 use cases that we're doing, right? And how does this fit in? So how is this going to help you guys? It's going to help you move faster, right? Using AI, and we're gonna talk about how is that going to work? It's going to pair your own individuality, your own judgment with the speed of machine learning and what AI can give you to help you move faster and more consistently. Okay, so one of the first use cases that we're going to look at is in risk management. So it's Aaron, right? I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
It's Iran.
Iran. Okay, Iran. So you're going to be working on creating a bot, and we're going to have people that are going to be on your team that are going to be creating a bot around compliance, right?
Okay.
And coming up with has anybody heard of the term governance, risk, and compliance? GRC. It's a field within cybersecurity, right? Because cybersecurity is generally divided into a couple of things. You have envision, like people who have a lot of experience, or they're in charge of governing the whole security organization, or they're doing strategy. So kind of the leadership side of cybersecurity, right? So you're either in management or you're an architect, and you're defining like what are all the tools that we need? Architecture, right? Another aspect of envision is every organization gets audited, right? So like how many command inspections have you guys all been through? Right? Like what's the most recent one you guys have had? Was it for your company or your battalion? And inspections are a part of life in the Army, right? I guess what I'm saying is that it doesn't stop, unfortunately, when you get out of the Army. If you go into cybersecurity, inspections and complying with rules and regulations are a core part of what you guys do in cybersecurity. So there's a part of it called governance, which is oversight of the organization, risk management, which is everything from how do I look at what bad things could happen and how do I mitigate those bad things? And then there's compliance. I have some mandate to follow some rule set, right? Like the government tells me I can't give defense data to China, right? That's an example. It's a Department of Commerce regulation called ITAR. So what I'm saying here is there's a use case around automating how risk and compliance can be managed, and then that's the one that you're going to be working. You're going to create a compliance bot,
Okay.
right? And that's the background. That's the backstory on why that's important, right? Because there's a common theme in tech and unfortunately in cybersecurity that you're going to have more problems and more responsibility than you are able to handle. And one of them is if you end up getting in governance, risk, and compliance, especially if you get into management, you're you're going to have like 4 or 5 compliance frameworks that you're in charge of. And they're gonna like, oh, we're not going to be able to process credit cards if we don't do this, or we're going to have to default on this contract if you don't do these XY things, or we're gonna try to open an office in Europe, so we have to be GDPR compliant, right? So the question is, imagine if you not only had a command inspection that came from your battalion, but it came from some unit outside of your unit, and you had some other unit in another theater, and you had another service coming in. You had like 4 or 5 different people looking at you. How would you prepare for that? It's a project management problem. It's also a problem with organizing, like what do they all want and how do I meet it? And there's probably a lot of overlap. Everybody asks you for a strong password. They just ask for it a different way, right? So how does a compliance bot work with that? Well, hopefully what it'll do is if you give it all the compliance frameworks, you'll be able to ask questions like, hey, we're changing our password standard. Am I going to be out of compliance with SOC 2 or this or that? That's how that could work, right? So that's how that compliance bot would fit within the context of the lab exercise. So I'll email you the doc, or actually I'll send you a link to the doc with the lab exercise. It gives you like, once you get access to Copilot Studio, it takes you step by step for creating it. Now the question is, how can we? And we'll divide up into teams after we go through each explanation. How can we take that really basic agent example and put our cybersecurity hat on and our career planning hat on? Because what you guys should do is step away from this exercise for a second and ask yourself, do I want to do GRC as a cybersecurity analyst? That's what I'm hoping to accomplish by giving you guys each one of these different scenarios, right? Is each one of these scenarios maps to a job that you can do, because not everybody in the world has to be a pen tester, right? That's not, if you go on to any of these job sites, there are tons of jobs out there and they're all in different areas. So what I want to try and do with this is say, okay, you don't like coding, you don't like data, but you like cybersecurity. Maybe you could try governance, risk, and compliance. And then, so when we start working on this lab exercise, after our last lecture today, we're gonna say go. Then there's 2 parts to this. One is hopefully you guys will join a team in an area that you're interested in, and you'll be able to explore what that team means and what it does and how AI would help you. So if you get that exposure, I'll be here to help answer questions about what the roles do and hopefully give you a glimpse into it. But that should just be your first start in looking at these things, because maybe it's something you're interested in, or maybe you find out I'm really not interested in that, and you can move on to something else, right? That's part of the objective for doing this. Okay. So, any questions about like why we're doing this and how we're doing it? No? Okay.
Would it be better if I had a laptop?
Well, tomorrow. But we have enough people here in the room that have laptops. What I want to do is get everybody onto the right team, and then figure out, like today it would be, let's get everybody on the right team based on what they're interested in, and then make sure that there's enough, everybody on the team has access to somebody with a laptop, and that whoever is leading the team has that Copilot agent access. We could do those 3 things today. I think we'll be in good shape. Because the other thing I think about is tomorrow when you guys give your presentations, again, you want to try to put your best foot forward. So these are people that you're going to talk to that are in the industry that can help you hopefully be a great connection for you in some shape or fashion. Okay? All right. So there is the compliance part of it. That a bot could help with, like, is this compliant or not? I'm getting ready to do this. Is it compliant? on the risk management side, it's about looking at, let's take a step back for a second. When I say risk, what does that mean to you guys?
It's a bad.
Like,
Something
Bad,
like
Bad,
that.
dangerous.
yeah, like
Something that's not meant to happen.
something that, like, okay, everybody here is deployed, right? Like we've all been over there. So question is like, do I leave the wire, and what can I do to mitigate that, right? That's sort of like the Army example. But in cyber, when you say bad things can happen, what's the, let me ask something. Somebody who has ChatGPT, can somebody ask ChatGPT, what is the definition of risk management? Can somebody do that? Anybody?
Is the process of identifying, assessing, and controlling potential threats to an organization's capital, earnings, operations, or objectives. These risks can come from various sources, including financial uncertainty, legal liability, strategic management, errors, accidents, or natural disasters. In simpler terms, risk management involves 1, identifying what could go wrong, 2, evaluating how likely it is and how severe the impact would be, and 3, implementing strategies to minimize, motor, or eliminate the impact of those risks.
So if you had a bot, and you, based on what you described, those identifying what could go wrong is one example. What are some other things that a bot could do for you?
The legal side, if there would be any trouble with that, or what you would be losing money-wise.
Yeah, I could give you like what could, like it could quantify something for you quickly, or spot check it. Like John, you gave a great example of how you were using AI to go and look at, what was it, the budget, or
Yeah, my ledgers.
your ledgers, right?
Balancing the ledger books, yeah.
Tell me if I'm missing something, right? Which could be a risk, right? Like, did I miscalculate, or did I miscount? From, if I really like hone in on the risk management side, it could be like, hey, here are all the things I think could go wrong. Am I missing something, right? Could be something, that a question that a bot could answer for you, or AI could answer for you. So let me go back to the project you guys are going to be doing. The project's going to be really, really simple. So if for the people that are going to be working with, man, I keep saying your name wrong.
It's like a U. The A is like a U, Aran.
Aran.
Yeah.
Aran. Everyone that's going to work with Aran is the question you have to ask yourself is, what else can that simple bot do? Because you guys are going to get through that really simple thing very, very quickly. And so my challenge to you is, like, I'm going to go over some really basic things that you can do with it, but what else can you do? Okay. All right. So that's AI and risk management. And we talked a little bit about compliance and audit readiness. The other thing about audit readiness, compliance is you're going to get audited. And generally there are a lot of audit items, just like whenever you're going through an inspection, there could be a ton of things that you're going to be checked for. AI can help, a bot could help tell you what's left. It could be like your project manager, right? It could tally up all the things that you looked at and tell you all the things that you haven't gathered evidence for, as an example. All right. The next use case is threat analysis, right? So we talked about threat intel. So Jonathan's going to be working on a threat intel bot. What does that mean? Who can tell me what threat intel means to them based on our discussion this morning? Anybody?
Leaking information.
Well, I mean, just what's the definition of threat intelligence? But that is an item, right? An element of it. I mean,
From my understanding, it's knowledge of what the threats are, who they're coming from, and then typical common practices for like the individual threats of how they might try to access your network and different things like that, and then what they would want to utilize whatever data and whatnot they gather for, like what their end goal would be.
Yes, yes, yes. So there could be a lot of, so a bot that does threat intel could, what are some things that a bot could help with? It could answer questions about a particular source of data. You could provide it context around a situation and ask it what threat actors are relevant. Or you could present it with a piece of log data and say, I think this is this threat actor. Is it this threat actor? Right? That could be something. So let's go back to ChatGPT. So who else has ChatGPT open? Anybody? Or so I'm kind of bleeding into the prompt engineering class, but let's ask it. I'm creating a threat intel bot. What are some things that it can do for me as a security analyst? And let's see what you guys get back. What can it really help me with? So Ali, I haven't used Claude. Does it have pretty much like an open chat window and you can, it's just a different, Anthropic is the company, right? Behind it, yeah.
And they have like 1 year pro for free.
Wow. Okay, nice, nice. All right. Who has an answer from their AI agent or from AI?
It's still going.
It's still going?
Yeah.
So the core capabilities like number 1, threat data collection and aggregation.
Okay.
2, automated threat analysis. 3, real-time threat detection and alerting. 4, incident response automation. Threat prioritization and scoring. Dark web and external intelligence monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
Context enrichment and reporting. Integration with the security tools like SOAR and SIEM.
You know what, Ali, I'm hearing in what you're saying, there's a big data play. It's almost like the threat intel side could be an area that could use a data engineer, right? Like taking threat sources, normalizing them, enriching them, adding context behind them could be a thing, right? Right. Okay. Jonathan, was there a way that you thought that you'd want to approach that, building that bot or use cases around that based on our discussion here?
Maybe try like entering prompts into ChatGPT and seeing what suggestions that it offers, and like going off of what it says.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. So marrying up like the threat data against like a large language model to see like have it be a way where it could query information that it had either on the internet or in your knowledge sources, right? Based on, okay. All right. So if you guys are interested in being a security engineer or a SOC analyst, that's a really good use case to jump into. Yeah, or if you're into data, right? Like Ollie, you're into data. That's also a good, that would be a good project or a good lab exercise to jump into. Okay. The other aspect in threat analysis I want to talk about is incident reporting. All right. So incident reporting, when in the life cycle of security, again, I talked about Envision. There's an group of people who operate, so security operations, people who operate firewalls. They also operate security tools. And then there's SOC analysts, people on the operations team that do security they process events, they help the triage, and then that feeds into another aspect of a security team, which is respond, so incident response. So Aladdin, you're working on the IR lab use case. Is there a particular way that you would want to approach it, and what ideas do you have for expanding on just the base lab exercise?
So I've been trying to like create the agent this morning, and I'm still working on it right now.
Mhm.
So I think the big part of, especially the framework from the Google document, AI was not able to like give us detail that is going to contain all the information that I needed. So based off of this documentation that I'm supposed to use to create the agent, I don't have enough information, and with the advancement of AI in cybersecurity, I believe this is just vague. It's not able to like, the agent is not going to have all the information it needs to like updated information to be able to, meet up with the standards in cybersecurity. So I think it's just more like having a deep dive so that the agent is rich enough to support the incident response process.
So like more knowledge sources than would
Yes, more resources in there, because right now we just have what do you call it, the IR policy and the NIST 800-63 in there. So I believe we can have more in there so that the agent is going to be rich enough.
Okay.
And it just boils down to making more research. And if we're gonna have this given to probably to assist a SOC analyst, you'll need way more than the information this agent is able to help out.
What I think we could probably do when we flip into more of the design implementation is probably sit down with you and say, here's how somebody could use it, and then, well, let's play out a simple incident and then see what information a bot would need in order to move forward. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, I had one incident when I was investigating where there was a server that was sending large amounts of data out to an IP on the internet, right? So I was receiving outbound. I had logs saying that outbound traffic in the hundreds of megabytes were going out. So I thought, hey, this has got to be some kind of data exfiltration, right? So is it a bad person or was it a scheduled job? Because we did the company I work for did a lot of data transfers, right? So first question is this expected or not, right? Is it on a server that is used for data transfers? So you would want to have that context behind it, like, what is this server? Who owns it? How do I get a hold of them? What's the data classification? All those things. We'll talk more about that, and we'll try to bake in a scenario that you can talk through. Okay. All right. So let me go to the next thing, which is prompt engineering, because I think we talked through a lot of these other points. So now that we've talked over the use cases, we're getting ready to talk about prompt engineering. Does everybody have an idea of which team they would want to work on? All right. While I'm getting set for this, can you guys pick a team and then get with the team leader real quick? All right, we'll take 5 minutes while I get set up for the next one. That's a good choice, actually, because compliance is a leadership. There's a lot of leadership around that. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Right?
I figured it would probably line up the best with what I've done before. So.
Yeah.
Is there a spare laptop somewhere that we can use
I got one on my backpack.
Oh, okay, because this is kind of a pain on the phone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, tomorrow, if you don't have anything tomorrow, I can bring also. But if you have something, that'd be awesome.
My laptop's messed up right now, so.
Okay. Yeah, that is a great choice that you gravitate toward that, because like, for one, it's a very visible thing. Like, especially the first time you become compliant with something, it's a huge thing for an organization. And if you're a security guy that does that, you're actually on the right side of making money for the company. If it doesn't go well, then obviously, then it could be a career ender for that job. But it's also it's a huge leadership problem. To become compliant and stay compliant, you have to like when I was in the Army, it was all about back channel. Like, you needed something, you knew who to talk to. You have your buddies that you do things with. You go fishing with them, and so if you ever needed something, you call them, and they were in a different unit. You need this, they can help, magically arrives for you. So in compliance, there's a lot of that. Like, you have to convince people to do something that don't work for you. It's a very matrixed activity, and then interpreting what needs to be done is a huge responsibility, and it typically falls on the security person to do that. So it takes a lot of organization. You have to be very thorough, but then you also have to be able to talk to people and convince them to do these things, because they generally don't want to do it. All right. Okay. So does everybody have a team? Has everybody talked to the team lead that they wanted to join up with? So we're going to move on to the next. All right. Okay, so we're going to talk about prompt engineering 101. So everybody has some kind of AI, right? ChatGPT, Claude over there. And so I'll challenge you to say that I've been using ChatGPT for a long, long time, and I probably have been using it wrong, right? Or probably inefficiently, right? And I'm not surprised that my ChatGPT doesn't push back when I ask stupid questions, because I do ask a lot of stupid questions, but it humors me and kind of gets me along the right way. So the thing I want to do with this talk is just spend 20 minutes and go over, what's the structured way in which you want to interact with your AI, because it's back to the old cliche, like garbage in equals garbage out, right? You give it bad data, it's just going to give you a bad response, or it's going to hallucinate, right? So what does it mean in cybersecurity? So I think prompt engineering across the board it's a useful skill, no matter if you're in cybersecurity or if you're just using it to look up things for your wife, right? I find that if I frame a question and I give it enough context, and I tell it what I want to see, then I get what I'm expecting. But being able to translate what I want from the AI into a form that it can consume and give me back what I'm looking for is the point of this discussion. So what is a prompt? It's an input that you provide to whatever system you're working on, right? Now, most of us are used to working with text-based freeform AI systems, right? Like ChatGPT or Claude. But the other thing to recognize is there are other systems out there that will do things for you that are AI enabled, but knowing how it needs to consume the information in order to give you what you want. I'll give you an example. So I do a lot with GitHub Copilot as a developer, and the fastest way that I can get GitHub Copilot to give me code so I can move on is for me to pseudocode what I want to do. What does that mean? I put comments and I lay out I start out with a base Python script, and then I'll create functions, and I'll try to put comments in there to say like yesterday I was writing a Python script that would parse some data, make an outbound call to a REST API, pull back some data, and then tally up the results, right? So what I would do if I were to approach that and I were to follow this prompt engineering approach is with Copilot, I would define my basic code and then I would put placeholders, and then magically Copilot knows that I would need to use the request API from Python. It would look at my functions that I created and what I'm passing it to it and returning. It would start to fill in those things. But that's because I understood what GitHub Copilot needed for me in order for us to work together to move fast. It's a little harder with text-based, because with text-based, you can do anything, right? You can give it one-word answers and expect something, but for it to be successful and for you not to get frustrated, you have to give it a well-formed prompt. What does a prompt consist of, right? It really consists of three things. The role, right? You want to tell it, in what context do I need you, the AI, to think about, right? So I'll give you an example. Oliver, the other day I redid Oliver's LinkedIn profile, right? So, and I'm going to go through an example. Anybody here want their LinkedIn profile redone here live, real time? Anybody?
I just got mine started. I have nothing on it.
I could definitely use some work on mine.
Okay, we can do
I
two
don't
of them.
have a profile photo yet, so yeah.
Okay, we'll do two of them. All right. So I'll give you an example. All right. So you have to tell the AI, I am what? Like in Oliver's case, I said, hey, I'm coming out of the Army. I'm a transitioning soldier, and I don't have a degree yet. I'm going to go to Thomas Edison University in the fall, or in the winter, right? And I'm looking for a SOC analyst job. In fact, what we did was we found a SOC analyst job. We scraped it off a job site, and then we told it, "Hey, I'm looking for a job like this," right? And then so that's the role. The task I told it is, I said, "Hey, I know I need to create a LinkedIn profile, and I don't have any content. I've exported my LinkedIn profile. It's in this file, profile.pdf." So I added it to the prompt. The last thing was the output. You have to be able to tell it exactly what you want. So I said, provide me a step-by-step guide for updating my LinkedIn profile so that I have a profile that matches what a hiring manager for this role was looking for. So those are the three elements that you really need in your prompt. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You really need the AI needs to know what you're doing and why you're doing it. I'll give you another example. So my wife and I are getting rid of all our stuff, right? So she has all kinds of junk that she's acquired over the years. 'Cause she's an antique collector, and we lived all over the place. We ended up here in Watertown, and people are always getting rid of junk. So she was bugging me while I was working, and she was sending me these texts saying, what do you think we can get for this, right? So I was lazy, and I said, okay. I just took the picture and I gave it to ChatGPT and said, what can we get for this? And so ChatGPT was kind of snarky back and it's like, well, this is this. What do you want to do with it, right? And I thought, okay, I gotta practice what I preach, right? So I gave it a role. I said, hey, I'm a 53-some-year-old guy, and my wife and I are trying to downsize, and we're getting rid of everything. So we'd like to get rid of these items at an upcoming yard sale, which we're getting rid of things in. We don't want to feel like we're giving it away, but we don't want to. We're not at the point where we're just going to throw it on the side of the road yet, right? So tell me what this is, and so that's the role, right? And then the task was, tell me what this is, because some of these things, like, I mean, what is this thing, right? She had this one thing that was actually I guess somebody had carved a pipe, like a crack pipe, and it ended up in an antique shop. And I was like, whoa. So I was like, oh, okay, that's paraphernalia. All right, so that's got to go somewhere else. But like, so we had everything from that to, in our carriage house, we had an old septic system that was from the turn of the century. So my wife's like, is that worth anything? Right. So the task was, tell me what this is, give me some history on it, and then if I could sell it, create a Facebook ad for it, right? And then the output would be, give me all the details to make a Facebook ad. So we found some good stuff, and we found some things that were just trash, or things that were paraphernalia that we just got rid of. And that's an example of, if you take this approach, you can come up with a great prompt, and you can save yourself some time and give yourself good information. Has there ever been a situation where you guys have run into it where ChatGPT was just wrong? And what was the example? Can somebody give us an example?
Remember something wrong, sir?
It was just completely wrong, right?
Me putting like a profile pic like yours, but it was different person. I put my image like make me more professional, and then he sent me a different person.
So what was that, a good or bad prompt? Anybody? Bad prompt. Why was it a bad prompt? What could we do if we're gonna do that over again?
Something I realized about AI, because I also do more. I do deep into creating images and animations with AI. So whatever you feed it, if you don't feed it with like the full let's say direction of what you want, it's just gonna output whatever. It thinks that it's just more like, if you don't put in enough information, it's just gonna give you what it feels like you're thinking, right? So AI can't think for you. It only thinks more from whatever you feed it. So if you feed it the right information, it's gonna be close. I mean, we're getting to a point where AI is gonna be way better, but right now, yes, it's trying to figure it out. But the more information you feed it, the better output you get from AI. So if you had a better input of the prompts, modeling whatever image you wanted, you'll probably get a better output. And also, we have different AI websites for whatever you want. We have AI for music, sounds, video animations, manipulation. So it's just like Walmart's, Amazon. So you have to make sure that you, whatever, let's say. So it depends on the best place. Okay, let's say you want to buy a product. You already know, okay, if I want to get this cup, where's the best place? Can I get a better cup that's going to be durable, right? You already know where we can get it. If we want the cheap stuff, we can go to Walmart. So it's the same thing with AI. AI has different website. The better. I mean, most of them are expensive, but you have to look for the better website or AI website where you can get a better output. But if you want the cheap ones, you want to go for a cheaper like ChatGPT. It's not gonna. When it comes to image, what I've realized is we have Handra for images. We have Midjourney as well for images. Those are great for images. But if it's just ChatGPT, it's just gonna give you a cheaper output. I mean, that's from my own research.
No, that's good. That's good. Like, what are some image sites that you use?
Midjourney. Midjourney is close to perfect. But Midjourney, even if you give just little, let me see, I can pull up some Midjourney prompts I created, because I really dove deep into creating images. So let's see. Everybody can see. So you can put just a raw image. This was my input image. and I started building off with prompts.
Mm-hmm.
So, so the better. Sorry. This one. So it's gonna be like a catalog of. So I started like deep down images building up. So some of this stuff goes like you can feel like it's really fake, right? So
Mhm.
these are like my startup build up, right? Then I try to input different remodeling of my prompt, like making sure that I put the best input in there. And we did a lot of trials, going back and forth. Then it started giving me that like realistic feel. Like if you look at this, it's gonna be like, oh, like a professional model shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's how you beat it up, right? So sometimes if you just put an image without giving it prompt, you see that you have different facial expressions, right? Different colors of skin tones and all that. So I started from here trying to impute what I needed. So it's giving me different tune, right? Then you get to this last image, it looks more realistic. So it just depends on what you put in. We also have Hendra.ai. Hendra.ai is also great for images. But ChatGPT, one thing I've gotten from ChatGPT is that it's not great with image.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Hendra is great with videos. Midjourney is great for images. Then we have NVIDIA videos. That's also great for videos. But Midjourney is your best bet for photos.
Wow.
It's not free, but it's your best bet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. That's really cool.
Yeah, if I can add something. To
Sure.
Like, so the more you use the model, whatever you use, the more you train it. So don't expect that like when you use like ChatGPT or whatever, for the first time, it would act the same for like after a month or 2 months. Because this, it takes more time to know about you, know about like what you want, and it's like basically like you train your dog, basically.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. And I found like how this could be applied in your guys' use cases is you guys are going to train, like if you had that chat bot for your IR, you would get to know your style of investigating, or it would get more information about your environment. For you guys doing threat intel, you fed it more sources, and the types of sources, based on like if you said, hey, this is our organization, here are the threat actors, and then you worked your way back, it could help you understand the types of threat actors, and then maybe could help you expand your search of what's relevant or not. I think there's a lot of possibility there, right? From a data perspective. Okay. That's the presentation. What I'd like to do is now let's as a group, let's take John and Arun's. It's Arun, right? Arun. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Aran.
For the first couple hours, and they don't.
Aran. We're gonna take your LinkedIn profiles, and anybody else who'd like, because we have time today. We're gonna recreate your LinkedIn profiles, and so what we're gonna do is use the collective group here to see how we do that using prompt engineering, and then if Aladdin is I didn't realize Aladdin was so talented with imagery. What if we how hard would it be to take their picture and give them like
LinkedIn? Yeah. LinkedIn profile, yeah. Absolutely.
All right, this is like a makeover. We're gonna do a makeover here. We're gonna do that. Okay, so I'm gonna get out of the slide presentation. Let me check the time. All right, so we have until. We can go to. We can go to 2:30. So let's start with Jonathan.
Okay.
All right. Do we have your resume and your LinkedIn profile? Let's find you on LinkedIn first.
Yeah, it'll be in there.
All right. I'm going to pull up my LinkedIn and I'm going to connect with you. All right. First question, does everybody here have a LinkedIn profile? Now that I think Seth, we took care of you over the break.
So I just have a put in like 2, so it'll be like 1 hour.
Okay. Okay.
So till what time you'll be here?
We're only gonna be here till 4.
4, okay.
Latest 4 o'clock. We're gonna break probably 3:45. Yeah. If you, just so we, you look at the schedule. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do this exercise. We're gonna do the LinkedIn makeover using prompts, and then we're gonna dive into Copilot Studio, and then we're gonna spend some time brainstorming what everybody's going to do. So if you can make it back by like 3 o'clock,
Yeah, I'll try to do that.
yeah, that'd be good. Because then, all right, okay, so this is my. Do you have your resume handy anywhere that you can email it to me?
Yeah, I can email it to you, and it should also be attached on my LinkedIn.
Okay, so let me find you, Jonathan J. What's that?
I said, what are you doing with the resume? Because I don't have one. I joined when I was 18.
Oh, that's okay. We're gonna see if we can create a prompt that will create your resume for you.
Okay.
Yeah, based on.
You can do one with the Copilot AI.
Okay, yeah. Let's give it a shot. See what we can, if we can. So, hey Jonathan, did I thought I sent you an email earlier, didn't I?
I did too. I'm trying to find it right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is your email, right? I know this is.
Jonathan.j.zlay.
It's taking a minute for this to refresh. Okay. There you go. That's your email, right?
Is that screen really blurry or my eyes really bad?
It's blurry. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not great. Is that you? Did I
Yeah,
get
as
it?
far as I can tell, it's correct.
Okay.
Because I could have sworn I had one in my inbox from you that I replied to it.
Okay. So if you could, I could try to.
I got one here from you.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to find you on LinkedIn, and then we're going to export your LinkedIn profile, and then we're going to take your resume, and then we're going to find a job, just a job that we can export the context behind, and then we'll build a prompt, and then we'll see if we can. Okay, so let's see if we can find you, and then we'll do the same thing with yours, Aran.
All right.
Okay, so
Tried to send you an email just now with the resume attached.
okay. And so I'm going to connect with you on LinkedIn. So this looks like you because you don't have a picture. Okay, so, and then we're going to save as a PDF. Okay. Downloads. All right, so this is what comes up on your LinkedIn when I export. Well, I hate the lag on this. It's okay. Yeah, that's what comes up for you. Okay, so for you guys in the audience, can we put together while I'm getting all his data ready to be added to ChatGPT, can you guys come up with what the prompt should be? What should we ask ChatGPT in order to get it to rewrite your LinkedIn profile?
To rewrite it.
I've put so much information into that. I'm blown away that that's what it looks like when it comes up. Just nothing at all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
Okay. Now I got your resume.
Yeah.
All right. So what I'm going to do now, because this is going to take a moment to refresh, okay. I'm going to drag over a fresh. I'll give it a moment to refresh. And then I'm going to ask you guys, if we have those two documents, okay, now it did refresh. Okay. We have your LinkedIn profile and we have so I'm going to drag those over. Okay. We're adding your LinkedIn profile and you're adding your resume. Okay. So what should one sentence be to capture the role? What are we asking ChatGPT to do? Go back to I'll let you guys think about that while you guys are thinking about it, I'm gonna go to I'm gonna quickly find a job that we're just gonna pick a job. Does anybody have a one sentence they want to share? What do we want to tell ChatGPT to do?
Could we tell ChatGPT to take the information from both of them and to convert it into a resume suited for the job?
Remember there's three things you'd want, right? First is the role, right? This is not catching up here real time. So the first is the role. You remember the example I gave about Oliver? We want it to think that it's Oliver. So you got to tell it, pretend that I'm transitioning. Like in your case, John, you would say, pretend that I'm a transitioning Army service member. I'm interested in management, project management, and compliance, right? Maybe that's...
Yeah. I mean, realistically, for what I've been applying for, just because of my current qualifications, it's been mostly IT network specialist, that kind of thing. Just because a lot of those will accept, 2 to 3 years experience within the field. I've got plenty of experience, but as far as the certifications and whatnot go, I feel goofy trying to apply for something being there's a strong probability in the next 2 to 3 months I will be Security Plus certified. So I'm trying to keep it down to a manageable, achievable goal right now.
Yeah. No, I totally get you. It's sort of what? Oh, go ahead.
Maybe what skills from this LinkedIn, excuse me, what skills have best highlight? What skills from this LinkedIn page best complement for this certain job role? What job role are we going for? IT?
IT network specialist.
IT network specialist. One thing for ChatGPT, it's very pretty spot on if you put in MOSs
Yeah.
and it highlights and it nitpicks good MOSs if you ask it to. So it highlights proper skills from MOSs for certain job roles in a way that complements you. So I'm sorry, what's the rank on the
John, what's your rank?
sergeant? And your MOS?
25 hotel.
It's very good at nitpicking at being spot on the MOSs for ChatGPT. What skills from a 25 hotel sergeant best complement a role in IT network specialist? Did I get that right?
Okay. So first part, I'm just going to use our same format, right? So that was a really good comment about putting the MLS in. So what I'm going to try and do is extract what you just said. Like pretend I'm NCO 25 hotel and I'm transitioning out of the Army. And then I put 4 months. Now let's take your question. So the task that we wanted to do is, could you repeat that task again? It's
What skills
from
a 25 hotel Army sergeant best highlight, best compliment an IT network specialist from this LinkedIn page?
From this LinkedIn page. Okay. And then the output, I want, give me a list of skills. Right? That's kind of.
I mean, if we were to open up the IT resume, it's already got quite a bit built in from my individualized experience in there. But I think our primary goal here is pulling that information as well as the information he was mentioning it, and then tailoring that to what an optimal presentation would be on the LinkedIn profile.
Okay. So let's tighten it up even more. So here, I'm just going to search for, you're looking for network
specialist.
Networks.
Anything along those lines.
Okay. So I know this is laggy, but I typed in network specialist and we're going to search. IT support, procurement, payroll, IT network specialist. This would pick a job. Oh, look at that. Network. How about an IT network engineer?
Yeah, network engineering. That's
Okay.
essentially like the next step up.
Okay. Okay. Let's look at this job. Let's say you wanted this job, right? IT network engineer. Right? And you said, hey, this is the type of job I'm looking for, right? So now the question is, how do I take my LinkedIn profile? If we fed it this, plus the fact that you're a 25 hotel, you get out of the Army at this time, and let's rephrase the ask. So maybe we say, review my resume, my LinkedIn profile, and this job post attached. Output, give me step-by-step instructions and sample text to update my LinkedIn profile so that it is optimized for applying for this role. Right? So what do you think?
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to paste in the job. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and we'll see what it comes back with.
The delay on this screen is crazy.
It's just a live delay.
I'm going to email this back to you. That way you have.
Yeah, because apparently my LinkedIn looks like it was created by a bot, so we need to.
Sorry, mine has literally nothing.
Yeah.
So,
I swear I filled out like pages of information. Like it asked me a lot of things, and I filled it all out. And you pull it up, and it's just
so
that's
your
my name.
address.
Sweet.
Wow, it gave you a sample headline. It wrote your about section. It gave you how you should update your experience.
Mhm.
It gave you a suggestion, a featured section. Told you to add these certain skills, certifications. Okay, what do you think?
I mean, it's definitely worth looking over. Absolutely. It's I used ChatGPT quite a bit for building up that initial resume. I threw everything in there and then I was like, all right, here we go. And it was just way too long, of course. And so I used it to really hash down it. It's down to 2 pages now, I believe. But yeah, I'd definitely look over this and update that LinkedIn, especially once I see what it looks like from an outside observer's viewpoint.
Yeah, like I think like there were a couple of points that people made. Like you definitely want to tailor it to whatever you like. You don't want to just fire and forget it.
Yeah.
Because people are going to spot that it was written by AI. Yeah, but and you want to make it more of you. So what I'll do is I'll email this back to you. Okay, and then so I'm going to reply back. And then when Aladdin comes back, if you want to go through the LinkedIn picture.
I'll take any help I can get, honestly.
Okay, Iran, you're next, right?
Sure. I don't have anything, so I don't know what you're gonna go off of.
All right. So what did we take away from that prompt? Was this first question before we do Iran's? It's Iran, right? Iran?
Yeah.
Iran. Okay, so I've got that Iran.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now that I got that going, what did we take away? Well, first off, was this output useful to everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. What did we take away from the prompt engineering exercise that hopefully contributed to the result we wanted?
I feel like just making sure like you think about what you want and actually putting it in there instead of being bland and broad.
Yes. So
I think one of the more important parts too is giving it that desired end state of like, here's this exact job listing. If you were trying to tailor it to ensure that you get this job, what would you do from there?
Yes.
Instead of just being like, here's all this generic info about my career history and what I've done and what I've seen. Make me a resume. Because the most important thing is trying to tailor yourself towards what you're trying to achieve. So.
Yes. Yeah. And even the other flip side of this is if you look at some of these jobs, and so this is another exercise that we went through with Oliver, is we found a job that he was interested in, or it wasn't you, Oliver, it was who else on the team was looking at the job? It was maybe it was Ivan. We found a job that Ivan was interested in, another guy that's on the live stream. And we said, okay, here's his information. If these are considered to be up to date, what should his roadmap be to be in a position where he felt comfortable applying for that job, right? That's another useful way of looking at it too. Like, give me a 6-month roadmap, because, here's, and I'll just say this because it pains me to see this happen to people, is there are a lot of organizations out there that want your GI Bill money. And so they'll get you to sign up for a program, and you have to ask yourself, is that program aligned with where I ultimately want to be? Because if it's not, then you're wasting an opportunity for yourself, right? It's not only you're wasting that resource the government has given to you that you earned by being a veteran, but you've also wasted the time and effort into getting some sort that has no, it's not going to benefit where you're ultimately wanting to be. So what I know you guys were out for lunch, but Seth and I and Oliver, we had a pretty long conversation about how you should, no matter where you are in your transition, you should be going to some of these boards and looking at what these jobs mean, because you use AI to help you, because you first of all, you want to understand what these jobs are and whether or not you would want to do that job. Like, and I would use these prompts with ChatGPT or whatever your AI of choice is to figure out, like, what is that job? What does it mean? What kinds of things do people do in that job, to figure out whether or not you would want that job, right? Are you inclined to do that job? And then the next thing, okay, like, I really would like to do that kind of work. You know, you've kind of set yourself on to say, like, I want to do that work. Now, the next question is, if you did the same exercise that we did with John, where we took your resume and your LinkedIn profile, if you consider those to be up to date, how far off am I from that job? And create me like a roadmap, a step-by-step roadmap, so that I can go and, you know, independent of talking to any coach, agency, or whatever, or even me, you know, I'm just an opinion, is go and figure out whether or not this is something that you're going to want to do. Like, maybe what I mean by that is, you may want a job, but then the skill sets and the training you need to get there might be outside of what is in front of you today. Like, you maybe don't have, like, there are places where you can get help paying for certs, because they're expensive. Certs and the training. Some career paths require that you get a vendor-specific cert, and that vendor-specific cert may not be something you can get either tuition assistance for, or some NGO or somebody like O2O to help pay for, right? Or maybe it might take a period of time that you just don't have. Those are all things that you've got to kind of reconcile for yourself. Because no matter where you guys go from this moment on, without a structured plan and without being intentional, you're going to, like, for you guys that are infantry out there, it's kind of like walking around with a new lieutenant who doesn't know where they're going in the field, right? I've been there. I've been lost, right? I've been that guy, right? So you got to create that plan for yourself, so that you know where you're ending up, and that destination for you is what you want, and it meets your expectation, either the type of work, how the work is done, where the work is being done, what the career ladder looks like after you get that work, what the pay expectation is for that work. Is that clear to everybody? That's what I'm trying to get at with this exercise, is let's help figure out where you guys are and where you have to be. So, all right. I think we're good, right, John, for yours? Okay. So, what we want to do with your resume, what's your MOS?
Infantry.
So 11B?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Aran, you, let's see if we can get some context around you. All right. Can you talk me through one or two sentences that would describe the role part of if I start up a new chat, what if I were to describe how we want ChatGPT to think about you, what would that first sentence be?
No clue.
Well, let's start just based on, like, what you had said, right? Like, what was your first name again? I'm sorry. Karan. What Karan said. Let's start with your MOS. Say it. Let's see. I typed roll up there. So I am an 11 Bravo, and I am transitioning out of the military. How many months do you have?
I'm getting med boarded. I just got all my VA appointments done, so I don't know.
Maybe like in this next 6 weeks, 12 weeks?
I mean, they told me 7 months ago, like a month or two ago.
Okay,
Because of how slow everything goes. But they don't know for sure.
okay,
Because I could get pushed to the top wherever they do the med board stuff and it'd be out tomorrow. It's stupid.
okay,
Choices on that board.
okay. So we're gonna say I'm an 11.
Like 3 to 6 months or something, I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna put in the next 3 to 6 months, right? All right. So I'm 11 Bravo. Okay. Did you have any college or any school before you joined the Army?
Joined right out of high school.
Okay. I joined the Army right out of high school. Okay. So are you, do you have something like any other tech experience, or do you play with computers, or what can you tell me about
In my
yourself?
own time, yeah, I have my own desktop that I built
Okay.
and mess around in my BIOS, making sure everything runs right the way I want it to. I have, just programs to help it run correctly and stuff that I can see to control what it does, like fan speeds, overclocking my stuff if I want it to, whatever.
So I have an interest and experience in like desktop hardware tuning, right? Right now, would you say like I'm interested in pursuing a career in cybersecurity? Is that your?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, then I had a class that we did like a quick research on a couple of jobs, and one thing that stood out to me was information security analyst. Out of all of them, like it was a very quick, like 10 minutes, look through jobs and see what one sticks out to you for whatever we were doing in that class.
Okay. All right. Let's see, I probably need a little bit more information to write your resume. So, okay, so the task that we're going to have it do is write me a step-by-step guide for creating my LinkedIn profile. We'll start there, right? What was the name of your high school that you went to?
Tri Valley.
Okay. I went to Tri-Valley High School in Ohio.
Yep.
What city?
In Nashport. SHPORT.
Nashport, Ohio. Okay. All right. I'm going to ask it to review this job posting and help me to communicate my value, right? And then the output is I want it to write me a step-by-step. So let's find a job that you would, I'll drag this over. And let's just go with Ohio, USA. Okay, I'm going to copy this into the chat. So, and then we'll see what it comes back with.
All right.
Okay, so it gave you an about section, talked about your experience. Okay, so you do have a LinkedIn profile though, right?
Yeah.
So let's connect on LinkedIn. Arun J, right? But
Yeah, well, it's JAMISON.
S1?
Yeah.
Arun Jameson.
Like I said, I literally don't have anything on there.
Okay, this is you, right?
I don't know, it's still waiting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Yeah, it has you, Nashport, Ohio.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to connect with you. And then, yeah, I don't. So yeah, I think this is a start, right? And I'm going to email that to you.
Okay.
Okay. Was this helpful for everybody? All right, because we're gonna go and we'll take another break, and then we'll go into our last talk, and then we'll do some planning around. We'll take a 15-minute break, and then we're gonna come back and look at Copilot Studio. I just want to make sure if you wouldn't mind breaking your computer out that way, Arun. Yeah, we're gonna make sure you can log in and everything, and then what we're gonna do is we'll just talk through creating a basic agent, and then you guys will have instructions on how to create the agent. So I've got 2:30 now. We'll start up at 2:45.
Did you send that email?
Let me make sure it's sent.
Oh, I was just sitting here refreshing my thing.
Okay. All right. So you should have the LinkedIn like step-by-step guide now.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
okay, and then we can make sure that you can log into the Office 365.
Yeah, I should be able to. I think the only thing is I'm gonna have to log into my. Oh no, you sent it on Outlook, didn't you? The
Yeah.
link is sent on Outlook.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just need to log into that account.
Yes.
Does this work? Sorry if I got distracted. Is this all it is? I already have access to this. Student
Well,
account.
yeah, you put something on it, I think.
Okay.
No, it should be just go to Microsoft. To Microsoft.
Yeah, 365 login. Email.
The bottom line is the password. I know, it was
what we're going to do now is go through Copilot, do an introduction to Copilot Studio, and then we're going to spend some time talking about each scenario and what we can do. From here on out, though, once we go through the overview of Copilot Studio, we're going to be focused on lab exercises, and using the lab exercises and the documentation and Copilot to help us figure out how to tweak your Copilot agents to meet whatever, like you're going to tell your use case and your Copilot agent, right? This is going to be a pure learning exercise after this point, right? Because the lab exercise I sent you, this really just gets you to the point where you can create a compliance checker agent. That's all. It doesn't do anything more than create the agent for you and then load it with some knowledge data. All right?
Okay.
That's why we have time scheduled between now and 3:45 when we break to like talk about what we're going to do. And then tomorrow we'll spend most of the day up until the time we have the presentations to go and like do some he say Googling, but now it's like use ChatGPT to help us figure out like how to get some of these things done and use the documentation. Okay. So let's go into the Copilot overview. Okay. Based on, just a gut check, based on what you guys seen, what we talked about this morning, we talked about AI, it was very foundational, a lot of background material. We talked about prompt engineering and ChatGPT and like consumer, as well as like these different tools that we have. Is this all making sense to you, at least up until this point? Right? Like everybody feels comfortable with the fact that does everybody agree that if you embrace AI and different tools that use AI, that it can help you do your job better, faster, right? Yeah. And this is something that could be useful in cybersecurity, but it could be useful in your personal life as well as things that you do in other job fields, right? So now what we're going to do is take take AI and ChatGPT in more of a corporate environment using Microsoft Copilot and Copilot agents so we can automate and provide this AI capability for your 3 use cases. So by the end of the day, you guys will have just this overview of Copilot Studio. I think, Jonathan, you've logged in. Everybody will huddle around and we'll watch me log in, and we'll walk through a couple sample agents just so you can see what's possible, okay? And how that would work, right? Because what I want to do is have something that functions by like 1 or 2 tomorrow, so that we could sit down and put together a good presentation for the panel, and you guys would be able to talk about it. Because it's one thing for me to like stand up here and tell you guys, talk through AI and ChatGPT and all these things, but really I would feel more like I've done my job here if you guys were able to take what I had shared with you, take these lab exercises, and are able to synthesize something new out of that. So that's kind of where I would like you guys to be. So Again, a gut check. Is there anything that we could do differently to get you to that point? Have I given you enough like instruction and access to resources to be able to like figure out what you're doing and eventually feel comfortable giving a presentation tomorrow?
The only thing I think of right now currently is like we're making a compliance bot, but like in compliance to what? Like we don't have, you know what I mean?
Okay.
There's not something like set that we have to make it compliant to, or
Okay.
to like certain SOPs or whatever it would be. It just seems hard without a set thing to just make a compliance bot compliance to something.
Okay. No, we can talk through your scenario more and kind of define that. Okay. So go ahead. I'll let.
When we're talking about compliance, so if we don't have like a set, I'm sure every industry or company have their own, additional compliance to the base compliance we have with NIST and the rest. So is it okay to say if probably you get employed probably a new industry or a company, so if they don't have let's say an SOP yet when it comes to compliance, the base compliance standards is definitely going to be the the NIST, right?
Generally. So to answer your question, it can be looked at in a couple different parts, right? So if the company is publicly traded, like if they have stock on the U.S. stock market, U.S. stock exchange, they generally have to report their findings to the SEC, Security Exchange Commission, and there's this thing called Sarbanes-Oxley. So if you ask ChatGPT what is Sarbanes-Oxley and what are the security requirements for it, that would give you one framework to look at. So SOX. So if they have a stock ticker, then they have to be SOX compliant. If they're a SaaS provider, then 99% of the time, if they're selling to large customers, they have to be SOC 2 compliant, SOC 2 compliant. And then if they're in a particular industry like healthcare, then there's HIPAA and high trust. Every industry has their own compliance frameworks that they follow generally and have to comply with. And then the other thing to think about is a lot of companies will align themselves, like you said, with NIST as a good like independent reference point. Because the nice thing about the NIST framework is that NIST makes its publications available for free on the internet, so you can read up on it. And there's quite a bit of information on how to become NIST compliant or how to comply against NIST standards on like the internet, on YouTube. There's ways in which you can get that information and help you develop a plan around that.
Let's say like this project we're working on this the agent. So is it correct to say, since we don't have like a framework based on this agent, can we just say we can use the NIST
Yes.
to create that base
Yes.
compliance standard?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is we've got a couple slides we're going to go through. We're going to go through Copilot Studio.
It's gonna do it for like that specific website.
So Copilot and Copilot Studio allow you to create generative AI agents, or just agents that are conversational agents that integrate well with the Microsoft environment, right? So I'm not 100%. I'm not aligned with Microsoft or anything. I don't resell Microsoft or any of that. I work in an environment. Like I said, I work in environments where the company is a Microsoft shop and they use Azure. So it gives you a platform so that all your data is in one cloud, and it provides the document store, the messaging, all of the capabilities to be able to share and process data inside of its own, like in a closed environment, so that you don't have data leave your environment. So what I want to do in this talk is just show you what Copilot Studio is, and then open up for questions on how we can use it. Does that sound good to everybody? Are you guys good on your end with logging in and everything? All
Yeah,
right.
we're logged in.
Okay. All right.
Worked out.
Okay. Is that? Okay, so Copilot Studio is a visual no-code environment. And when I pull up Copilot Studio, we're going to go through a couple examples where you can see that it's largely based on a graphical interface where you can create like a logic tree of to help drive a conversation with somebody, right? And you're able to take those agents within your Microsoft environment and integrate it with a lot of different things, which makes Copilot agents a good choice if you're, like I said, if you're in a Microsoft environment, if your company is a Microsoft shop, because it'll integrate well with Teams, it'll integrate well with SharePoint, all the places where you interact with people, and or you store your data. Okay. So let's take a look at Copilot Studio. So you get to Copilot Studio by, you have to have a couple things. This is Copilot Studio. So to get to Copilot Studio, you have to have an Office 365 account. Your account administrator has to give you a license for Copilot Studio. And depending on what you want to integrate with, you may need more admin rights. So like, for example, you may need, if you want to tie in with SharePoint, you would need admin rights to be able to tie your agent in with SharePoint or with Teams. There's the Microsoft rights model is pretty granular. It gives you access to be able to touch and configure different tools. So they try to make it as easy as possible to create your agent. So you can see here across the top, there are different, if I click these buttons, I can use this chat window to create a bot, right? So like, let's say I want to create a help desk bot. I could click this button and it'll provide a prompt and it'll start the process to create the agent. All right. Why don't we do a little freeforming here? What if you had a conversational bot, does somebody have an idea of what they would want that bot to do? Anybody? And we'll create one.
Help pass certifications.
Okay. All right. So let's see if we can we could take a prompt here. So provide employees with help on passing certification exams. All right. So are there particular certification exams that you need help with, Seth?
I think Cybersecurity have a tight security when it comes to the exam, even if you're taking it from your home. It has a way of detecting your computer system.
Or even just study.
Well, I mean, so I mean, you're 100% right, Aladdin. This isn't to like find a way to help you like break, like cheat, but this is so if it's helping you. Okay, so let's provide a little bit more detail here. provide employees with help on preparing to pass the Sec Plus certification exam, right? How's that?
Sounds great.
All right. Okay. So when you go through this process, you can take two approaches to creating an agent. The first is you saw how I kicked off this process. Let me go back to the home screen for a sec. I use the prompt to start this process, right? And then I can provide more instruction to the prompts, and it'll create the agent that way. That's one way. The other way is, and I'll contrast this for a second, is we can go and we can hit the create button right here, new agent, right? That's option B. But let's continue down this road of creating the agent. What other things would you want to tell the agent to do? What kind of would you want the agent to be? Is there a tone that you would want to use the agent? Do you want the agent to be funny? Do you want the agent to be? Does anybody have anything, like if you were to describe the perfect agent, what other things would you want the agent to be? Anybody?
I want a female voice.
Okay, all right.
That's my preference.
The agent. Okay, let's think about how we would phrase this.
Yeah.
Communicate in a gentle, kind, and encouraging tone and demeanor. How's that sound?
That sounds perfect.
Sort of a PC way of, right?
Yes. Yes.
See what it says. Okay. What would we want to name our agent? Anybody have any? Athena. Okay. That's a PC way of saying it, like a female, but okay. Name the agent Athena. Okay. 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 So what else would you want this agent to do? What about provide me with study sample questions that I would need to know? What else? Provide me study material that would help me focus my study. What else?
Can it critique the work you've done so far?
Yeah, let's see if we can help me critique my readiness. What do you think for the exam? All right. So when you create an agent on the other way, there's a box that's called instructions, and you can put plain English instructions just like we're doing here. So that's why, remember we talked about prompt engineering? Remember our lesson on prompt engineering, we gave the agent a role. It's there to help us, it's there to help employees pass Sec Plus, right? Now we're providing instructions, right? And then something that we are able to do in provide ourselves more capability by using an AI agent is we can tell it where else to look. We can either have it focus on certain sites, right? Like Professor Messer, right? Security Plus. Let's say we want that's a site we want to focus on, right? So let's see. Here are the agent should reference these websites, right? So the Professor Messer site, Jason Dion, that's another one, right? So let's look at the Jason Dion Site Plus. Where's Jason Dion? Does he have a site? Dion training. Maybe he doesn't have a site. Dion training. Here we go. And then we probably want to have the CompTIA Security Plus website, right? Okay. Okay. Now, last thing we could do, does anybody have any sample test questions? Let's just see if for Sec Plus, yeah, because before you guys leave today, I'm also going to send you guys an invitation via email to this Discord server. This is where I've been mentoring as a volunteer. I've been mentoring service members for the last 6 years, and they've been dumping all of their like nuggets of information here. So there's a free and semi-free resources page here. So like, for example, if you'd like to exercise your LinkedIn Premium option, there's a link there. There's a Leonard, he was a former intern, service member. He created his own site to prepare for Sec Plus. There's all kinds of things here. So I'm just going to see if someone dumped a list of sample questions, because we're going to add that into oh, here we go. No, but wait, let's see. I'm not sure if this would give us anything, but we can check. This would just be another. I was going to see if there's a text document in here. Okay, here we go. So someone provided this PDF. Let's see if we can add this to our list of things. So reference this PDF. Let me see if I can upload the PDF to we'll have to add it in, I think, separately, but because I don't think I can add it to the. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create it and see what we get. Okay, so here is Athena. Here's the description, right? There are things that we can change. We can change details about the agent. We can change its icon. We can change the agent name. There's a lot of things that you guys can do with your agent to customize it. Here are the instructions that you guys typed in the chat. If we went the other way of just creating, we could populate these things. You see how these are the websites? Now, let's see if we can add. I know there's a way we can add files. Let's see if we can add a file. Yeah, here we go.
Icon of knowledge.
Yeah, I'm going to add this PDF file. Okay, now, so we spent what, 5 minutes creating the agent, right? So now we can, on this side of the screen, we can test the agent. Now this is just a basic chatbot. This is pretty much what you guys have in your instructions, this process of creating an agent. There's so much more you can do because we're working within a single Microsoft Office 365 tenant. But for now, we want to just keep things simple. And then we're going to brainstorm some ideas on things that we can do and how we could potentially do it. But Seth, since you created, it was your idea to create the agent, what would you want to ask the agent? Okay. All right. So let's go back to it. I am starting my journey to obtain the Sec Plus and had spent last few years as an 11B infantryman. So is your question, so that's your context, right? Right? Does that, I know this is still catching up, but what was your question?
What to study, yes.
What, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what should I study? That's your question.
Yeah.
What should I study? And then go back to our prompt engineering. You need to tell it to what, like, how do you want me to format the data? So maybe like, what do I study?
What were the points of what you studied? And yes, after that, you could ask for a certain point.
Okay.
What they give you. That would be my process.
Okay.
It does it like that.
Give me bullet points of what to study. How's that? Is that good? Let's see how it does.
Let's say create a 90 days calendar.
That's good. That'd be good. Let's see. So what's kind of cool about this is it gives you a window to test, and then you can kind of see what kind of behind the scenes what it's doing, right? What's its flow. Right now, it's just a conversational bot that leverages these resources, right? But we can build flows into this. So here are the key topics. So it does give a pretty thorough answer, right? Now, how can we further customize this, right? So let me give you some background on how this worked. This chatbot parsed this message and looked for, and again, this is my own understanding of how this works. It's going to pick through this and pick out words and phrases and try to match it up based on how it knows to process your request, right? So what if we wanted to provide it specialized instructions on how to process certain requests? So let's say, for example, we wanted to create a we wanted it to trigger off of a question to request to have my cert paid for, right? So what we'd want to do is provide employees information on how to get reimbursement when they pass the exam, right? So what should happen here is when we add this trigger, if you ask a question about reimbursement, it should take you into this flow, right? So we'll just post a message. Contact Aladdin. He is the money guy, right? So let's see if we have this right. Because this is all about providing the information and the keywords. So hopefully what it's doing is it's going to look for, so reimbursement. So I hit save. I mean, there are things that we can do to pull information out of, like if, to add more context, if your question is about reimbursement, and let's say there are system variables like a name, like if Seth asks about reimbursement, you could pull the name out of the context of the chat, so that the response can be tailored to Seth, like, hey Seth, this is what you want to do. But for right now, we're just going to leave it generic. Now let's test this to see if this works. So I'm going to go back to the test window. I'm going to refresh. This is key because we just made this change. We've added this reimbursement topic, which should trigger when you put the word reimbursement in there. I'm going to go back to my test page. I'm going to refresh it. It should add that topic into the flow. So I'm waiting for this to come back. Now, we may have to do a few rounds of tweaking it, but that's the intent behind this. So now we've reloaded the agent, and we're going to ask the question, what is the process for getting reimbursement when I pass an exam? It should recognize the word reimbursement and go to the reimbursement topic. Now you see there's a little bit of a lag. You see how it went to the reimbursement topic, and then it kicked off our message, Aladdin is the money guy, contact him. You see how that worked? So what does this mean for you guys that are designing your agents? You got to think about it like your users are going to talk to the chatbot, and you want the chatbot to pick out certain things that they're saying, and then if certain things that they're saying are in that message they sent to you. Go ahead, Arun. Did you have a question?
Oh, I was just gonna tell him I didn't really have a question. I just thought something that we could use with what you just taught us. I was thinking like with the compliance bot, obviously if someone has a question about what they should be doing, we could link certain words to certain subjects and it can
Yes.
tell them what's correct and add that flow. So when they say a certain word or ask a question about that and have a certain word in there, it'll bring them to what's right for that word.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. Okay. So this is a real simple example, but let's say we want it to be a little bit more complex. What is possible here? You can give somebody choices, right? You could say, let me go back to topics. Let me see. Let's add a topic. So, let me think here. Okay. Somebody might ask, I need training, right? It could be I need training could be the topic. I'm just trying to think of what could be a good trigger, because then you could say I need training, and then the bot would want to ask, did you want in-person training, or do you want virtual training, right? Like, do you want to? Because some people they prefer to go to a location, do like meet with people physically. Some people would want so. How would somebody phrase that question? Say like, it would be like, I need training. Would that be?
I would just, I mean, the only thing I could think of is I need training for XYZ.
Okay, so what would this topic do? This would address requests for training, right? What do you think? Is that clear enough? Okay, so then we say, okay, what we want to do is ask them a question back. You say, how, I don't know, in what form factor do you, or in what medium do you want the training, right? And then we could specify the choices, right? We could say virtual, and then we could say, and you see how as soon as you put an option like virtual, it shows up here as an option, right? The next one could be in person. And see how it, wait, new option. Virtual, in person. Okay, so now there should be two choices, right? And if there's only two choices, then you could delete this option here. So you're only giving them two choices. So, right? And then let's see. You could say thank you, right? So let's hit save, we'll test it. And this would be request for training. We'll call that the topic. Okay, so let's go ahead and test this. We'll refresh. And then we'll say, I need training, right? And it should key off of that and go to the training. Yeah, it goes to request for training, because it saw that there was training in the keyword. And then it says, do you want virtual or in person?
Then you make it go down.
Right, and then, but you can add as many like make the flow any way you want. You see how it's all pretty much just drag and drop, and there's a lot we can do. There's quite a bit more you can do with this, but this is just two very basic examples. So in the span of time that we have for this training, what I'd like to do is see if you guys can put together what your conversational flow could be based on your use case, and then see if you guys can meet. We could when we start up tomorrow morning, if we could go ahead and have you guys click through and create your flow. Right now, there's other things we can do. There's a lot you can do with this. You could have it. You could have it write the data to a spreadsheet. You could have it email somebody. Like, let's say our request is, I want in-person training, and then the next step in the flow could be an outbound email saying to it could be like HR at my company. It could pick out the name of the person who put the request in, because you saw how I was able to reference the value for the name of the person in the chat. This person has requested virtual training. There's a lot of options that you have, because this is a platform and a framework that takes advantage of the fact that it's integrated with Exchange, email system, with Teams, with data stores. So what I want to do in this last 15 minutes before we break it, we're going to break today at 3:45, is see if you guys have an idea of how someone would use your use case, and get you guys to huddle as your own team and figure out how they would use it. And if you have any, if you need ideas, I can walk around and we could brainstorm together how people would use it. Okay? Does that sound good, everybody? Sound like a reasonable exercise for you guys? Okay, so, all right, so we're the three teams. We have Jonathan, Arun, Aran, like Orion, right? Aran. Sorry.
It's all good.
Aran. I will get it before we're done here. Aran, and then Aladdin. Okay? So if you guys could break up into your teams and kind of map out what your flow would be. Does everybody have a team? Okay. What are you interested in out of the three?
Cybersecurity engineering.
Okay, so you probably want to go with the threat intel team, right? Because I think there's a lot of engineering to pull the data together, right? Because like threat intel data is coming from all these sources, and that's my thought anyway, Ollie. All right. Yes.
I don't think I have a team yet. Is there any space on a threat intel team too?
Yeah. If you want, well, how many people do you have, Aladdin? Do you have?
I have 2 right now.
You have 2. How many do you have over there, Jonathan? 4. I know there's space on Aran's team. Team compliance. Not the sexiest team in the world, but by far one of the most important ones. So, or you should really pick what you're interested in, to be honest.
Threat intel, actually.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Because, like I said, this is an opportunity for you to explore what you're interested in, because it's a good exposure to what it does. So, yeah. Okay. So we're going to break at 3:45. I'm going to circle around and then talk to you guys about your flows. All right. Sound good, everybody? And then we're going to break at 3:45.
Just like
right now, if we
find this, we can use those keywords and then have it go to a flow, and then ask like maybe even a certain question, or just give it what they need from what they ask, instead of having it go through all of it. You know what I mean?
for the
Giving
flow.
them like all
The
of
only
it,
tool I
just
have
give them
there
what they
right now
need
is
from
to run
keywords.
generative
I
action in there. It's more like, when you have an SOP, you probably don't have everything in there.
Mhm.
So if, let's say we answer a question, it's not contained in the SOP we have already infused into the agent, is able to pull out from open source into the device. So that's why we have
Alright,
this
so
tool.
right now, my stuff is good.
So we're gonna don't have anything, so we get like,
Shade my uniform, right? So it's
my
is there like anything specifically we can pull it from?
Did you make it towards
besides
anything
from
or-
open source, right?
So